And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come join. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed. One man went to mow. Have you missed me? Gather, come join. One man went to mow.
Missing someone.
One man went to mow. Gather, come join. The eagle has landed. So where are you? One man went to mow. The Ikemba of Nigerian politics. One man went to mow.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3.
So Python dance 1 or Python dance 2, or however you choose to dance, strictly come dance in even, whatever your picadillo, gather come join. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed. So straight to the narrative we go, no dilly-dallying because there's plenty to go through. So straight into it we go, just as soon as I have a sip of this coffee. So straight into it we do go, and we start from the riverine areas. Niger Delta we're going to, and it looks as though hostilities is about to resume in that region. So to the Niger Deltas, as guys I bring you this, Niger Delta Avengers return, vow to cripple Nigerian economy. So a little bit late to the party, you would say, because of course with all of the goings on, the echoes of their voice was missing, but now they reverberate through the entirety of the landscape as they land with a booming announcement. Again, Niger Delta Avengers return, vow to cripple Nigerian economy. So now let's not see now what the Creek boys have for us. A militant group, Niger Delta Avengers, which wreaked havoc on the Niger Delta during President Muhammadu Buhari's first tenure, has announced its return. Recall that the group relatively crippled Nigeria's economy between 2016 and 2018 by attacking oil facilities in the region, which plunged the nation into recession. In a statement made available to reporters on Saturday, the militant group said it had launched Operation Humble, aiming at crippling the economy as it did in previous times. According to the statement, the group also vowed to clamp down on politicians who are working with the federal government to undermine the Niger Delta region. It is disheartening that despite being the economic backbone and having resolved to maintain the peaceful environment for the smooth operations of the oil multinationals whose proceeds the country cling on to for economic survival, the Niger Delta and the South remain the most underdeveloped, with our needs and interests undermined by the failed Nigerian state, the statement added. So hostilities resume in the Niger Delta is what we are hearing from those quarters. So what are your thoughts on that? To the next one we go. What are your thoughts on this? But this, of course, an old story, a recurring story that is new to the space, but of our old theme. Guys, I bring you this. Ex-PDP senator accused of 3.6 billion NDDC contract scam, defect to APC. So we all know the guy that was fainting at the House of Representatives, etc. So of course he has taken the Oshiomole template. Come to APC and all your sins are forgiven. So come to APC and all of your sins are forgiven. As again, ex-PDP senator accused of 3.6 billion naira NDDC contract scam defects to APC. So now let's not see how this guy treads this well-trodden path. Senator Peter Nwoboshi. So Senator Peter pardon me. Senator Peter Nwoboshi, a former People's Democratic Party senator, accused of the 3.6 billion naira Niger Delta Development Commission contract scam, has joined a gale of defectors into the ruling party or Progressive Congress APC. Mr. Nwoboshi, who represents Delta North Senatorial District at the National Assembly, was presented to President Muhammadu Buhari and the APC leadership by the Deputy President of the Senate and fellow Delta Senator Ovie Omo Agege at the State House Abuja on Friday. You are welcome to the Progressives family, Mr. Buhari, who touts pardon me. You are welcome to the Progressive family, Mr. Buhari, who touts his government's anti-corruption stance, said whilst welcoming Mr. Nwoboshi to the APC. Prior to his election as a senator, Mr. Nwoboshi led the Delta State PDP as the chairman for 6 years. In June 2020, the NDDC, in a statement by its spokesman Charles Odili, said the APC greenhorn Nwoboshi used 11 companies as fronts to secure contracts worth 3.6 billion naira in September 2016. Mr. Nwoboshi was then the chairman of the Senate Committee on Niger Delta Affairs. Mr. Odili described the scam as the biggest single case of looting of the Commission's resources. The decision of Nwoboshi to join the APC is a clear indication that the APC's efforts are yielding fruit, notes Mr. Omo Agege. So that's actually, let me give you the fullness of it. I was going to round it off there. But during a House of Representatives probe of NDDC finances last July, Niger Delta Minister Godswill Akpabio accused lawmakers of hijacking NDDC jobs without commensurate delivery. Honorable Minister, it is okay, off your mic, the probe committee chairman on the day, Thomas Ereyi Toby, had beckoned on Mr. Akpabio as the latter sought to open a can of worms. Former acting managing director of the commission, Daniel Pondeo, had earlier dramatically fainted as he struggled to answer grilling questions from the lawmakers. Mr. Pondeo was summarily sacked 5 months later without providing answers to the huge corruption inquiries. Mr. Akpabio recently disclosed that the final audit of the NDDC will be ready by the end of July. So by the end of July, of course, now we're hoping to get more understanding of the goings on there. But as we are seeing already, moves are already being made to truncate that investigation or probe. So to the next story we go. Actually, this is a new story that I've just now come across in the course of reading out to you. So I'll just move this to the further back, and then if we get to it, then we get to it. So we've done the Niger Delta, we've done the corruption thing. So now let's now go to the more light-hearted part of this now. Narrative. So to the Senate House we go. I say light-hearted, but of course corruption we're still speaking of. Nigeria Senate President Ahmed Lawan, Nigeria's Senate President Ahmed Lawan marries young Shawa Arab girl in secret wedding. So picking up young babes now seems to be the penchant for these elements now after they've looted their dollar. Fani Kayode being the lead there. I wouldn't even say Fani Kayode. What is that one? The Mr. Nedunwodo. Ned whatever, the Regina Daniels won, so he led the way there. So a lot of them now are now going to pick up our young girls all over the place. So picking up young girls all over the place is going to be the theme of the second half of this session. So we kick off with this again, as again the headline: Nigeria's Senate President Ahmed Lawan marries young Shawa Arab girl in secret wedding. So now let's now see now what transpired here. The President of the Senate, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, has secretly married a new wife at a very private ceremony in Borno State. Correspondents gathered that the Senate President's new bride, Zainab Al-Goni Abdul Walhadi, a young Shawa Arab, it's Shuwa Arab, not Shawa Arab. So I do beg your pardon. I should pronounce that properly. So let me take it actually from the top again. The President of the Senate, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, has secretly married a new wife at a very private ceremony in Borno State. Correspondents gathered that the Senate President's new wife, Zainab Al-Wahib, is a young Shuwa Arab girl. The low-key marriage was solemnized by a sheikh at a mosque in Maiduguri on Friday. Correspondents gathered that the event was performed secretly to avoid public criticism, whilst Zainab is expected to relocate to Abuja. On Sunday, a mini party was held at the bride's family's residence in Gwange, one word, Maiduguri. The Senate President of Nigeria, Lawan, got married to a young Shuwa Arab girl at Maiduguri. Her name is Zainab Al-Goni Abdul Wahid. They got hooked after a Jumat prayer on Friday in Maiduguri. The bride will travel to Abuja on Sunday. The ceremony was done secretly. The Senate President did not attend the nikah, but he sent a delegation to go and get it done. But the bride did her ceremony at their house in Gwange Ward 1 in Maiduguri, a source told correspondents. When contacted, Ola Awoniyi, special advisor on media to the Senate President, said he was at the airport. So they made no attempt to either refute or confirm it, but confirmation about the ceremony or the storyline just seems to be birthing even further storylines. So a follow-up on that: Senate President Lawan gifts newly wedded wife 100 million naira as National Assembly building deteriorates. So this is the follow-on headline: Senate President Lawan gifts newly wedded wife 100 million naira as National Assembly building deteriorates. So I'm not actually going to go too much into the narrative of that, because I think the headline of that speaks for itself. So I'll come into the room to see what people are making of it so far. So Ovia, we see you. Ola, we see you as well. But before I come to you guys, maybe I should just introduce the other, because this is the lead story really. Go with the other guys. Okay, okay, that's fine. This is the lead story, so let me maybe bring you this as well. A lot of you may well be aware of this narrative about this young Unilag girl that ended. I'm going to be using the word ended for reasons of YouTube, so follow through with that. So the ending of Super TV CEO, why we can't take action against Unilag student. So you all know the narrative. I'm not quite sure if I can actually quote it in a language, because of course this is something that you know, it will be a struggle to quote it in language. But let me just see. Okay, let me actually come into the room, see what people are making of of it first, and then we'll go into that a bit later. So Ola will come to you. Ola, let's come to you.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, hi Ola, how you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm well. I'm not quite sure if you know the story that I'm about to bring you. I mean, you've heard the ones that I've read, but the hot burning topic within the Nigerian space is this young Unilag student called Chidinma OJUKWU, who ended the life of a CEO of a multi-billion naira television company, Mr. USIFO Ataga. So I'm not quite sure if have you been following the Ataga Chioma narrative?
I just read. The thing just.
Okay, don't
I
you
just
have not
relate
yeah.
like so that the lady just ended the life and was telling. I don't know much about the story, but
Okay. We leave that.
only
We leave that till later. But the Niger Delta Avengers are returning to the creeks to vowing to wreck the Nigerian economy. Nwobushi, he has crossed over to APC. So those famous Oshiomhole words again still reverberating. He was alleged to have looted 3.6 billion naira from the NDDC. In fact, NDDC are quoting that is the single biggest scandal and scam that that organization has experienced. But then, of course, he met Mr. Buhari himself, who welcomed him to the Senate. And Shua Arab, not Sawa Arab, but this penchant that Nigerian big men have for young girls. So that plays out again in the Senate. So to that space first, as we open up other spaces later on in the session. Good to see you, Ola.
okay. Thank you. So what I feel about this cross carpeting is, I don't know if it's so endemic in Nigeria than every other place because I'm not used to reading about such kind of processes somewhere else other than Nigeria, and it has been common to we have some set of politicians, or let's say a group of leaders that they don't really have ideology. When people just join the politics just for the sake of what they can get, not like a service to humanity or to their countrymen. So now, once they do that, in their quest to acquire more than what they need to survive on the surface of the earth, they dig behind into so many crimes. And one unfortunate thing is when someone go into a crime, there are some crime that maybe offenses that you don't want your family to hear, you don't want someone to hear. Even someone is trying to blackmail you based on that, you can bullshit the person to go ahead. But when someone dip his hand into a particular crime that the state will be interested in that can land that person in jail, you find all those politicians doing exactly what this particular politician that crossed to APC is doing. Because once they commit that crime, the next thing they want is protection. So whatever ideology that is making them to cross from one party to the other is just for self-protection and to protect themselves from being prosecuted or being persecuted against the crime they've already committed. So it's an unfortunate situation in our country. And this is why we keep saying now that I believe, like I keep saying, restructuring might not resolve all our problems, but restructuring can economically reduce the problem. Because, it will get to a state that even the so useless, I use the useless in general term, not specific to a particular person now, just in a general. Now, the so-called useless leaders that they don't have good to do for themselves than looting the public treasury for vanity, like looting to satisfy concubines, like looting to take overseas to
But
satisfy
no,
all those stuff.
that's fine. But don't you think this now thing of people just cross carpeting, they'll go and loot and then cross carpet, because Oshiomhole said it that come to APC and all your sins are forgiven, and almost like a joke, because this is somebody now they are alleging that is singularly had the biggest scandal in the history of NDDC. He crossed carpets, and they don't even send a functionary to go and welcome him to their party. He goes straight to Aso Rock to shake hands with the president. Is that not a tacit? Remember, they told us that Buhari is ruling the country via body language. So is that not a tacit signal then to the corruption agencies to let go of the guy? Join APC and all your sins are forgiven. Is this not what is playing out?
It's exactly what is playing out. It's kinetic. It's body kinetics, because like I was saying here yesterday, that people with their first projection of Buhari as incorruptible person, even despite all the fact and figure pointing at it, that even during his tenure as the military administrator, that this guy was as corrupt as everyone else. But the problem is, people give different perspective to corruption as it suits their narrations. So narratives. So so like Buhari, that could welcome the like of Amechi, the like of Tinubu, and all those people that were accused of corruption at a point or the other. For him even to allow them to sponsor this election in 2015, he's telling you something, that this guy is as corrupt as others. So welcoming corrupt people into the party is not something that is new. It's part and parcel of the party already. Now, don't forget that in 2023, these guys too will need money to secure the party, to make sure that they secure the party and sustain themselves in power. So, like all those people that have looted, these are the money, they are part of this money they are going to use. So it's unfortunate we don't have ideology in our political system.
But then if we don't have ideology, we don't have anything. But what ideology do they have in the Niger Delta region? To the creeks, the boys are back in the creeks again, and when they go to the creeks, AK-47, etc., and of course they know the lay of that land, so they will bring anybody down. So they are threatening to wreck the Nigerian economy. So I present to you the return of the Niger Delta Avengers. I don't know what they are avenging, because of course we all know that they are only after their own share of the loot. Also to that space, Ola, the Niger Delta Avengers return.
You see when we talk of ideology, for example, before I move to that Niger Delta, if you mention UPN, for example, now almost everybody that was mature enough or that could even associate within that time will know what UPN represented during their period. So, but these days you don't know what either APC or PDP represent. They just say whatever.
Do you know what the ideological divide is, Ola?
What was it all about?
Okay, so in politics you usually only have two strands. You have the conservatives, and then you have the liberals. So everything falls within those two spaces. So at the center is where it converges. So at the furthest of the left, you have socialism, extreme socialism, like a ultra-Soviet style socialism, some egalitarian type society. And then at the furthest of the other conservative extreme, you have the racism, you have advantage, you have this sort of Fulanization, etc. So that is essentially what the ideological divide is, and politics is usually played at the center. So when they say somebody is a left of center politician, that person is a liberal but with socialist leaning. And when they say somebody is right of center, a politician, that is somebody that has liberal leanings but is conservative, which makes him some sort of like a elitist sort of a person. So with that, I'm not quite sure if I've explained it enough for you to answer the question.
Yeah,
but
I got you.
Yes, I'm wanting to place the ideological divide of the two main Nigerian parties. So who is left of center and who is right of center? Who are the conservatives? Who are the liberals? Who are the Democrats? who are the, who are the conservatives, who are the Labour, who are the Democrats, who are the Republicans, etc. So what is that divide within the Nigerian space? Because that divide speaks to the politics that we're seeing now.
My answer to everything is neither of them fall within any of those political ideology.
Right.
Because this is all about government of shop and shop. That's all it is all about. So you can't really pinpoint at a particular ideology. Will you call Buhari a conservative? No. Will you call him a liberal person? No. He has his own mentality.
I would call Buhari a right of center sort of politician, a far right politician.
Why?
But
Why?
because he's bigoted, is insular, and is brutish, and that is what, for instance, if a racist will be a right of center sort of person, a far right. So when they are talking about KKK, Ku Klux Klan, when you are talking about the BNP in the United Kingdom, etc., so those are far right organizations, and those are the inklings and instincts of a Buhari, privilege based on tribe and religion enforced by force and brutality. So it's a far right sort of a person.
Okay, yeah. I think you are more comfortable in that space than me. So I give it to you. But then back to
sorry. The reason why I was asking is really I wanted to know, but then of course I think you've answered that, the ideological underpinning of the Nigerian political landscape. So what ideologies underpins, let's say, APC, and what ideology underpins PDP? So which one is the liberal, which one is the conservative? So yeah, just the ideology. So because we need to know these things so that we can weigh it against our own instinct to see how we place our politics.
Like I said, to me, they are like you frankly explained it, which I agree with you, because before your explanation, to me, their ideology is not clear to me. That's what I can just say. It's not clear to me. But I will now go into the guys that are back in the creek. You see, this is, whether we like this thing or not, we are still going, we must go back to the basic, because like we always put the cart before the horse. As long as we still get the fundamental things wrong, there's no way for us to progress. So these guys now, for example, the question now is that even before they came back to the creek, for example, what were they doing before? You understand? Something must have taken them away, and which Nigeria failed, which Nigeria so far, which Nigerian leaders so far have failed to address or sustain. Now they are back now. So everything we still back, we still go back to what we call injustice. You know, when you have injustice, you classify everything as injustice, then you can now subclassify into different category of what injustice means to individual. So now these are the guys that are supposed to be meaningfully engaged, but the resources they were supposed to come in terms of a social infrastructure and everything to develop people, for everyone to now be creative in such a way that they are going to take care of their life. So some people decide to sit down on those
you know, Ola, it's almost easier and cheaper just to develop that Niger Delta space, because the monies that they are losing to these Avengers type people that are blowing up spaces, and then the monies that they're using to pay them off, and then they'll come back again and again. If they just put even half that money to develop the place, that will just solve the problem with the town.
Yeah, it is easier when you have the right people, because when you have the right people to pilot the affair, you know, to pilot the ship, it is easier. But when you have the wrong people, they can never treat that way. Because look at this, for example. On the paper, anybody could have been Bill Gates, anybody could have been Dangote, anybody could have been not those on paper. But in reality, is far from the truth. Because what am I trying to say here is this. You see, I have this idea of we have a structure in place that we never encourage those people that can actually come in and do the right thing. We've seen when the like of Okonjo Iweala Soludo, and even this El-Rufai, we seen what they did under Obasanjo. The other thing, and that does not really mean they were the best for that job as at that time. But it's telling us that if we get the right structure in place, the right process in place, then we move forward. That's why I'm now saying, okay, if we just embrace this our restructuring, the regional structure, or we break down the processes like it used to be before, we know that we've broken the problem into minute, more manageable. This, you understand? If I'm facing my governor or I'm facing my local government chairman, it's better for me than facing the whole 36 state government in Nigeria and facing someone in Abuja that I do not have access to. So those are the things. Now this guy, the high is that you go to the site, you loot everything, you left them with nothing. They cannot farm, they have no access to.
But do you think the people agitating? Do you think they are really interested in farming or anything? Because I am of the impression that this Niger Delta Avengers and all these Asari Dokubo type people, they have no interest in any development in that region or getting anything worthwhile or anything doing. All they want is to carry guns, intimidate the government, and collect a slice of the cake. This is what they really want. Do you see Asari Dokubo getting a job, or he only wants to loot dollars? He wants his share of the loot.
I know. The problem here is that when you have the army of those people that are deprived, then the like of Asari Dokubo can easily appeal to the sentiment of those people. But if you have people that are well educated, that are well to do, even by before Asari Dokubo even talk, people will ask him to shut up because he has nothing to say. So when you make some people poor, whosoever that can talk to them and give them little, even pure water, they will respect, they will listen to that person. It's just like saying, even though it may be too extreme. Now, I see the like of Asari Dokubo and all those people in Niger Delta that try to speak for their own pocket in the name of fighting for the people. I see them like the like of Tinubu, when they were saying they were fighting for June 12 then, just because people already, they were feeling the injustices. So they could appeal to the people's emotions. That's exactly where I'm going to. That's why I'm saying that if we develop our economy, our region today, you reduce the potential arming of militants. Those people can appeal to you, reduce them potentially. So
is this not along the lines of the narrative that you were sharing yesterday? That when you were talking about Chowore wanting to increase the minimum wage, is this along those lines?
Exactly, because it's so simple. It's so simple now to like I said, that all those what Chowore was doing is like on normal greatest bubu that people would normally do in school. When there's no light, everybody is feeling it. When there's this, so by the time someone comes out and tells you, we are going to do this, we are going to make electricity available 24/7, people will believe. Even though most of those things, that practically there are no structure in place, there are no structure on ground to support whatever that person is trying to claim. That's exactly what is happening. If Nigeria runs well today, honestly, in the like of Chowore, even with what he projected when he was even campaigning that time, we not even cross his room to the public level too. He would rather stay with his journalism, and that's where he has his he has his skills and thrive there, rather than try to convince people. So many politicians we have in Nigeria today, they don't necessarily have what it takes to lead us as a country. But just because they have some kind of rare skill that you and I probably we don't have, because number one, you won't find a person like you and myself, we won't find us where we be doing some kind of legalism or sponsoring some talk to be beating people, because we don't have that kind of art. So we don't have that kind of criminal heart. So that is the advantage all these criminal elements are taking. Like I said in the other times, that once someone commits a crime, he will need a lot of crime to commit a lot of crime to defend that thing till he dies, till that person dies. He will keep finding one crime to defend others. That is exactly what politicians are doing in our country today. Today they move from PDP to APC. Tomorrow, if another party exists, they will move there. So they will always be with the government in power, with the party in power to protect themselves.
All right. Thank you, Ola. I want to go to this story of this young girl that murdered CEO of a television company. So just to give you the backdrop to it, the name of the girl is Chidinma OJUKWU, and the name of the guy that tragically lost his life is a chap called USIFO Ataga. So USIFO Ataga is the name of the CEO of a company called Super TV. So USIFO Ataga is a 50-year-old man, you know, a successful man, a billionaire, you know, very, very rich, married with children, etc. And this Chidinma OJUKWU, she is a 21-year-old 300 level mass communication student at Unilag, but she's exceedingly pretty, you know. But then of course this Chidinma, she's ended up being this guy's side chick. So the sugar experience is where that space is. So of course a 50-year-old billionaire dating a 21-year-old student, that is a sugar narrative. So a sugar relationship. But then of course they meet for all this tryst in you know, Airbnbs and places like that, where they indulge in excesses on and all manners of debauchery, you know, with drugs and alcohol, so laced, you know, excess and all of that. So they were in the throes of this drug-fueled excess that they were partaking in. Of course, you know, a 50-year-old man and a 21-year-old side chick, so you know what the excess is. So one thing led to the other, and this girl, Chidinma, also she ended up stabbing this guy, and he ended up losing his life. So this girl has subsequently been picked up. If you had seen the thumbprint for the session, then you would have seen the image of that girl there, and you probably you should probably be aware of it, because the story has been making the rounds. So I'm just giving you the background, because really I wanted to go to now what the public commentaries coming out of that is. So we go to Femi Fani-Kayode, who of course is in that market space, dating, you know, exceedingly young girls. We all know Femi Fani-Kayode by reputation. So this is what Femi Fani-Kayode has to say. Super TV CEO's murder, just because he went to sleep with a 21-year-old woman in a hotel, doesn't mean he deserves to be butchered. So this is FFK speaking. Former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode disagrees with the ideology of some Nigerians that Super TV boss USIFO Ataga deserved to be killed by his side chick because he was cheating on his wife. In a tweet, FFK opined that just because Ataga went to a hotel to sleep with a 21-year-old lady doesn't mean he should be butchered. According to him, Ataga was killed just because he had a high libido. So this is FFK's tweet. Mr. USIFO Ataga was butchered. Just because he went to sleep with a 21-year-old woman in a hotel doesn't mean he deserves to be butchered. He was slaughtered and gutted like a pig in an abattoir simply because he has a high libido, and some are trying to rationalize it. Shame on you. So that is what Femi Fani-Kayode has to say to that space. But then, of course, as I said, public opinion on this coming thick and fast to another opinion and another headline, and this is what inspired my flyer. So you'd have seen this on my flyer for the session. You are close to losing your life anytime you slide into illegal and then PUSSY. So businessman Wale Jana writes on the murder of Super TV CEO by his alleged side chick. Businessman Wale Jana has also shared his thoughts on the recent murder of Super TV CEO USIFO Ataga, allegedly by his side chick Chidinma OJUKWU. Quoting some Bible scriptures, Wale pointed out why it is dangerous for men to cheat on their spouses. He wrote, "Women always wonder, what is it with men and with faithful one woman? Why can't we just keep our pukus in one place? Why can't the women refuse? Why would there be women willing to fulfill this fantasy? It is a psychological issue, and I will try to explain it. From the moment you knew about sex, it was a taboo issue in your home and elsewhere. Everyone was sneaky about sex. It was happening a lot, but it was spoken about in hushed tones. The Bible says in Proverbs, and then it goes on to quote a Bible verse. So that is essentially the goings on within that space. And just to really show you that girl in question, actually, I'll get to that later. I'm not quite sure if you have any thoughts on that space, but I'll go to Professor.
Yeah. So, to me personally, I read some people now were already saying blaming men for being promiscuous or whatever. Well, very easy to say by some group, or whether man or woman, because as we have on the male side, we have on the female side, right? So someone can easily accuse men of being promiscuous, but when you mention like paternity fraud, now all of a sudden you will see graveyard silence amidst women sometimes. So I don't want to make the thing to be like gender something, both sides. When someone starts engaging in act of immorality, it is a dangerous affair. Now, I don't know the motivation behind this guy killing that CEO. Was it that the CEO was trying to rape the girl where the girl was?
No, the girl is the girl is the CEO of Ataga, USIFO Ataga, his name is. So the girl was his side chick. So he, of course, being a successful man. So they had met for their usual dalliance, and then of course I think the girl said she had drank too much and she had smoked too much and she wasn't in the mood. But the guy went on to impose himself on her anyway. So she let that go.
So that's why I say I don't know the motivation for her killing, because a man that is drunk, I don't know the power that person will so have to the extent that I don't know how.
No, it was drunk and high.
Yeah, and drunk and high to the extent
but they both were.
And that lady believed that the only way he could handle was to push out the man. I know that story will not cut it for me, honestly. A drunk man can barely. I don't know the strength, because I've never been drunk before, and I see the drunk people how they behave. So a drunk man, I don't know that type of strength that we have that lady could not withstand that.
Well, I have been drunk before, and I can tell you that it emboldens you. You are more confident, you are louder, and that is just how that works.
So okay, I won't be able to say that. So like this now is one thing is, once you engage in immorality, then you are walking around the serious danger, because the danger can either come legally or come in time of death, like it happened to this CEO, for example now. Because immorality outside someone marital's pledge for sometimes that. What if a lady comes out tomorrow and just accuse someone of rape, for example? And you know how our society runs now, is that in most cases it favor women more than men, because once a lady now accuses a man of raping her, even in the media, in the public court, the person is already condemned already, without even giving that man a word to say. So to me, no matter what, that I don't think that man decided to die just because he engaged in immorality. No, because the thing I was trying to push at is that, could this lady be working for some people Or is it possible that this lady
No,
was
no.
interested in something else?
Well, we
Yeah,
don't know, but she's with the
exactly.
she's with the police now. But they now, because they've been together for about 4 or 5 months, so this is an ongoing relationship, albeit a new one. And what she is saying is exactly as I said. They have been drinking. They have both been drinking and smoking. Well, when I'm saying smoking, I mean weed. So they were both high and charged up, and he wanted something that she wasn't willing to give. He forced himself on her once, and then he tried to go again, and then that spiraled to the point that the guy got murdered, effectively stabbed. So, but then it gets interesting because the girl then makes her escape, taking the guy's ATM card with her, and then she goes on to proceed to take as much as she could from his account before she was subsequently apprehended by the police. So a complex story. And just to add on to that, a 21-year-old uni student and a 50-year-old man. So everything in the mix. Yeah.
I know. I won't go about that age difference because I know the immorality in the society. I know the level it is, but meanwhile, it's not limited to our society alone. Even in the advanced economy where everything is okay, I understand. I understand that even you see have such a situation. So I don't want to make big deal about that different, because I know, although I know the poverty in Nigeria made the thing it has made the situation escalated, but yeah, but I don't just want to go along that line really. But because the only conspiracy theory I'm looking at here is that maybe that girl she has another or motives, maybe like thinking that she can save enough. Maybe she has a girlfriend somewhere. She has a boyfriend somewhere. They've planned the thing together. Sometimes in Nigeria they keep people for just to harvest the organ. So I'm just trying to.
And well, I don't think it's a harvesting organ thing, but that's your idea that she might well have somebody somewhere. It's something that the police are exploring as well, because the police seem to be convinced that she's got accomplices to go with. So they're looking for accomplices as well. Essentially, is what the police are saying.
Because like analyze to some people, when this issue of the ban that some people they accused publicly on Facebook were in that, and I was one of those people that went against castration when I was telling people that no, if you want to make this thing gender based, like I've been in support of there should be no capital punishment like castration, like death penalty, all those stuff, because I keep telling people that when you are going to make judgment that you find out in 30 years that you made a mistake.
All right.
A mistake that you can reverse. So to me personally, I don't want. I just want the possibility of everything to be exploited. Really,
you see. For me, the two people are.
Sorry. I wanted to say something before I forget.
Yeah, go on.
The issue of sugar daddy and all this thing can become a tool in the hands of criminals tomorrow, because in the sexual industry in Nigeria, prepare for future blackmail. That's what I'm saying. That you will see a sugar daddy now dating 21-year-old. The next thing they just lay allegation of rape against a man. So because the man will be castrated, they will ask the man to cough.
Yeah, no, that castration I think is in the north, isn't it? That's what they are. They are lunatics over there, aren't they? They are lunatics.
And in the north, we see people marrying 13 years old, 12 years old, all those stuff.
Okay, so whilst you're there, just to that space of actually, let me go to Professor Datao and sample his opinion. Prof, I see you're busy at it, so multitasking. I thought men were not supposed to be able to multitask.
No problem. I think I'm a bit free now. I'm at work. Let me start with this very matter of the girl kidnapping.
Yeah, Chidinma OJUKWU, and then that's the name of the girl, 21 years old, and the guy USIFO Ataga, a highly successful, a billionaire.
You see, this is very
so a sugar relationship gone wrong.
You see, that's the matter of this matter of sugar daddy, sugar mom. Yeah, I know if our economy was better, it would have reduced this level of sugar daddy, sugar mom, because this girl it's very, very clear that one of the purposes she's involved in this act is because of the aspect of sugar daddy. I mean, no form. There is lack of money circulating in the country, even there's no money. So in a way, but that's not an excuse. Now let me say something.
But just what you're talking to, it is very common practice. I don't want to say it is rare not to find, but it is very common practice that all these young girls, they have all this sugar relationship to pay their way through university. Aristo, they call them. So it is not uncommon to find the uni girl, the 200 level, 300 level uni girl with at least 2 or 3 Mr. Big in the background, paying her rent and keeping her in the lifestyle and paying her school fees. So it's very common practice.
No, that's a very common practice. But what I'm very sad is because the little thing you said about her taking the ATM to cash money, that lady, as far as I'm concerned, she had planned this act. I don't believe in that story.
Yes, that is what changes everything.
Because number one, time to get that ATM pin. I don't
let me show you the girl in contention, so you can see what we're contending with. Because the narrative from our school is that she's a mass communication student, part-time 200, 300 level UNILAG, and her fellow students and lecturers, they're saying she's a very shy girl. She doesn't really interact. She'll come, she'll attend our lectures, and then she'll just leave. She's not really making friends with anybody. So they were all surprised. But then, of course, that is how she behaves in school. But then when she is outside of school, this is who she is. So this is the girl.
Okay.
Look at how she walked when she walked to me. Look at how she
So innocent, certainly not.
You see, there's some people at home, they are sent, but out of that house or home vicinity, they are Satans. Maybe that's what the type of person she is. And I wish our men could think twice. You see, I'm married, I know you're married, but I've come to find out in this life that every lady, even your wife, she cannot look beautiful every day to your taste. I've come to find out there will be a day.
But you see, that's the thing though. The fact that you are married, it doesn't then suddenly turn you into a blind man. It's self-control. Yeah.
A day will come, you will see a lady more beautiful than that. At that point in time, I'll use the word at that point in time. Tomorrow, that so kind lady is. So when she come to realize that, all these things with ladies, we should realize something. Like my wife, I normally tell her, the beauty you have for me, I cherish so much, is the beauty of your heart. I'm yet to see anybody that has that. So to me, the man, I just don't know why he put, but this thing is greed. I know some men, they just want to show they have someone else at the hand.
What you're saying is exactly right. The wife probably, I've seen pictures, equally, if not more beautiful than this young girl. Very accomplished, works for oil company, very human. She has a organization which she uses to sponsor people. She award-winning in her industry where she works. So all of the things that she ticks every box that you would expect her to tick. But then, of course, the Nigerian male,
it's just very sad. Just the man now, what would he tell? He has wasted his life. He has made the wife a widow. The children, no father. I just don't know. I wish we could think. But
how many lives are wasted is the question. Because of course this guy now 50 and is gone, but then this girl 21 and she's now with the police on account of we could say that it's manslaughter, it was self-defense, etc. But like you said, the moment she crossed that threshold to start to go to
there's nothing he would tell me. This lady did something that was extreme. I remember I don't know if the case of Mike Tyson and that lady he raped then. The lady.
Oh yeah, something Robbins, something Givens, yeah.
And that lady must have told him to do so, and she used it against him. No, Mike Tyson had no evidence because there was a story I heard of something similar to what happened to Mike Tyson. But what saved the man was the lady didn't know the man had a video, a recorder in his room. That was what saved the man. So this lady, I don't believe it. Now let me go to that aspect of Avengers.
Yes.
Because you see, this thing you said is very true. See, it seems these Avengers, their primary aim is like getting money from the government, not actually.
They couldn't care less. They couldn't care less about the people.
And I think they should change the narrative.
So, sorry, you're breaking off.
They should change their idea. Me personally, I'm not against them opposing the government, but the only thing there is that if they are trying to, my system, and I'm seeing you, but
you're going in and out.
When people are suffering now, okay, you're seeing me now.
I'm seeing you, but your voice is halting. Your voice is halting.
Okay, you're hearing me now.
Yes, that's better.
You're hearing me.
Yeah.
So
carry on.
as I said, the Avengers should realize. Okay, now they decided to make clear that the government is like taking their oil and not having anything paying back to them. If they have decided to do that, they should do it do it to make sure it benefits everybody, not only them, but also the people of their land. Because me personally, I don't see that is wickedness in a way. They will come out, okay, oppose the government, maybe kidnap some soldiers. At the end of the day, the government gives them something in return for them to mellow down, and then they just pocket everything. No, that's not a good thing. They should think twice. That their act they're doing, either opposing the government and trying to offer a kind of resistance to show the government that, okay, you guys are not treating us fine. They should do it and make sure their indigenous, get something from there, not just because, imagine, sorry, Dokubo, I remember seeing him. He was saying, Namdekan, yes, I am a pipeline watchman, something like that.
Yes, my God.
My God, just like that. And we all know that whatever comes to him, he just enters his pocket.
What is Asari Dokubo's gripe with the Niger Delta, the suffering in the Niger Delta? He doesn't live there. He doesn't even live in Nigeria. But when it comes to the time of collecting dollars, he's straight in the creeks with the AK-47, claiming that he's fighting injustice. This is the narrative of that space.
Yeah, so I think these Avengers, they should think twice. I'm not fully against their action, but there's no need a group or a certain set of people come out and offer this distance. At the end of the day, when the government wants to look into the matter, the government will just channel, will I call it, ice cream to cool them down, and they just take it. They should find a way to direct it to benefit their land, because that land, sometimes, people should realize that what you do today speaks volume tomorrow.
And Senator Nwaboshi, once of PDP, now of APC, 3.6 million billion, I should say, $3.6 billion, not dollars but naira, but 3.6 billion NDDC monies disappeared. And here is the guy shaking hands with Buhari, and Buhari was saying welcome to the party. Oshomole's words, come to APC and all sins are forgiven. This guy, Nwoboshi, the report is that he singularly is responsible for the biggest single scandal, not the biggest looting, but perpetrated by one person, the biggest single scam in NDDC's history. But welcome to APC and all sins are forgiven.
The type of politics being practiced in this part of the world, or let me use it, the politics practiced somehow in this regime of Buhari is horrible. To me, I would say Buhari is consolidating corruption. That is the simple terms. Because, I don't see why someone would such kind of, would I call it allegation or charge upon his head, will come in, move over to another party, and you'll be welcomed like that. It doesn't speak well for the type of man that is in that seat of office. It's not something that is nice to hear. But it's just a pity in this part of the world, under this regime of PMD, I call it PMB, we always come to hear such kind of story.
Is it not yam anymore? I thought it was yam.
Yam, yeah, I call him yam. Yes, yam or whatever. I think they said he wanted to go to London, he could not go. Yeah, whatever, yam. But the truth of the matter is, see, just the what I want to figure out is, most, you see, Oshomele saying this kind of thing, you come over to APC, your sins are forgiven. You're just.
I will see it play now so nakedly. Somebody accused of the biggest scam in NDDC under the spotlight at the moment. The guy, following the instructions of Oshomole, crosses over, and the president, no less a person, invites him over to shake his hand. Of course, that is signaling to the EFCC that okay, case closed.
Of course, now, because him crossing over, there's some of his loot he stole that will cross over to the hands of people in that APC. So I think that's why they're going to welcome him. That's just the truth of the matter. It is very, very shameful of what's going on. And that's why, to me, I keep saying it. I wish we disintegrate. At least I believe if we disintegrate and the entities of the new nation believe this thing should stop, whatever government they form, they should make sure they start at the onset to stop this. This thing is becoming too much in this nation. It's just money today.
Okay, Prof, I want to take your opinion on Lawan marrying this little girl. I didn't even know what a Shua Arab is, but I'll go and find out. I want to take your opinion on that, but I also want to take your opinion on another story that I'm going to bring you. So I'll bring you the story, then I'll take your opinion on both of them. This speaks to a familiar space as well. So this is the headline. It is irresponsible for Nigerians to expect police, military to defend them from bandits. Masari speaking, the governor of Katsina State. So it is not the responsibility of the Nigerian police to protect the Nigerian citizens from criminals, essentially, is what we are being told now. So a new job description, as again, it is irresponsible for Nigerians to expect police, military to defend them from bandits, attributed to Governor Masari. Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari has said that it is irresponsible for citizens to expect the police and military to protect them against bandits, charging Nigerians to take the security of their lives and property into their own hands. Mr. Masari made this statement at the inauguration of Katsina Security Operations and Communications Control Center at Katsina Police Headquarters on Friday. The governor said security is the responsibility of citizens, and citizens should not depend on calling police to rescue them from or defend their homestead against bandits. Security is our responsibility, the governor said. Why are we surrendering our responsibility to some people? So surrendering our responsibility essentially to the police is what he's saying, I'm assuming. So security is our responsibility, the governor said. Why are we surrendering our responsibility to some people? I cannot see how more committed a police officer or military officer can be more than any of you, Mr. Masari said. Why should I sit in my village and be only making telephone calls without doing anything? Every bandit, every criminal has an address, has a location, and they are human beings just like us. Though Mr. Masari admitted bandits are armed whilst citizens are not, he further said that it is ridiculous for citizens to vacate their farms and villages out of fear of the bandits. The only difference is that they have taken arms against us. Does it mean we have nothing to take against them? Do we mean we should vacate all our villages, all our farms, all our houses, and surrender to bandits and wait for police officer Emeka all the way from Enugu to come to Katsina and rescue me? This is ridiculous, Mr. Masari said. I think part of what this Katsina initiative needs to do is to go around all these local government areas. Let's talk to the people. Defend yourself. So defend yourself, that recurring theme now. But because according to Mr. Masari, it is not the duty of the Nigerian police to protect the Nigerian person. So a new job description for the police, and of course the Senate president takes another barely legal wife.
Before Prof proceed, which of the Masari are we talking about?
The governor of Katsina State.
The former speaker, right?
Well, I mean, Masari, I'm assuming he would be.
You see the kind of pathetic situation we are in the country today. You will expect the former speaker of the House of Assembly to know better. You see the type of brain we have in power. How could someone that was formerly the head of the lawmaking unit in the country be so?
If you go through what that guy just said, it's enough reason for him to resign immediately, and he should be forced out of position. He's saying that it is not the duty of the police and the army to protect you, that you should protect yourself. So then he did not then tell us what the duty of the police and the army should then be, because we were under the impression that that is our contract with them. He's telling us that he understands that these bandits are heavily armed and you are not, but you should still defend yourself anyway. So this is what he's saying, and he's saying it is ridiculous for you to vacate your village when he's telling you that nobody can protect you and you are not armed enough.
Can you just see the mental illness? Now, when is Masari going to disperse his security details and work on the streets?
No, that is the thing.
Let Masari start by saying, okay, I don't want all this security entourage around me. I want to work on the street, and let's see how it's going to be.
Lead by example, Abi.
This is so pathetic and so annoying. This is the type of leader we are talking about. It's so unfortunate. This guy, even to demonstrate his leadership, he should have tried even organize those people under the state, use the state security vote. You want to get to this thing, even arrange these people and even lead them to this bush and go and reclaim their land first of all, instead of someone sitting down in the comfort of his sitting room while his kid and his children and his several wives are somewhere in the Western world enjoying everything. He's now asking the poor people. You
know that the daughters, especially, not so much the sons, but the daughters of a lot of these people, Masari included, they are always on Instagram showing off exotic meals in far-flung locations: Singapore, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. I don't like the shawarma in Abu Dhabi. I'm off to Yemen. This is what these people are doing. But meanwhile, her daddy is telling them to anyway. Let's hear from.
You see why this thing make me more angry and infuriate me is we still see some of us that we are so educated that we struggle to get education, that everything we now do after that is now to now use our education. Some even have PhD to be defending all these political crooks.
But that is where the money. But that is where the money is now. This is the Nigerian narrative. You've seen that. Hold on. You've seen that famous picture where there's the four characters in that picture. Shehu Shagari at the top left-hand corner, and to the right-hand corner is Alex Ekweme. Shehu Shagari, grade 2 teacher. Alex Ekweme, multiple PhDs, Harvard, Cambridge, etc. At the bottom left, Malam Buhari, school sat yet to be found, and at the other side of that, Professor. So this is it now. You get your PhD to come and carry bags for brainless.
including Adam Oshiomhole, for example.
Yes.
Adam Oshiomhole. You see, that is why.
Including Fayose himself. Fayose from Ekiti, which is one of the most notable education hubs of the Nigerian space. Barely literate.
Someone will say he went to Ibadan Poly. We are not sure of the school that this moment.
No, stomach infrastructure. Is that what they teach them in Ibadan Poly? Stomach infrastructure.
People cannot have the graph of how the economy runs. They don't even know how the structure of process run in a small company. Okay, if apart from being an activist, what are the notable things that you can even paint to Adam Oshiomhole as the leader of Labour?
He is just an idiot with this ridiculous safari suit, and we're talking about. We're talking about people buying babes. Look at his own wife. Look at. I mean, come on. The beauty queen of 25-year-old beauty queen from Cape Verde, married to some runt of the litter, funny-looking guy from Edo State, 67. What is the differential? The guy is a billionaire. Let's hear from Prof. Ola, to the Katsina story, Prof.
Okay, now let me talk. Okay, the Katsina story. This man, this so kind governor, say this type of thing. You see, let me bring back that phrase I used one day. The only day I came into your show in the morning. I don't know if people in our government are just qualified quacks. Most of them on seats, they are just qualified quacks. One will wake up today and say the police is not meant to protect.
You are breaking up again. You are breaking up again, Prof.
Okay. Now, are you hearing me now?
Yeah.
You're hearing me?
Yeah, so that's better.
Seems they just don't know. They don't know their rules they're meant to play. That shows these people, most of them on seat of power, don't know what is they're meant to say, and they don't merit to say it. And it's high time that sometimes some of these people, when they make such statements, they should be proved. They should be charged towards it. How can one? That shows that the police. There's no need of police. Is that what it means? And I like what Ola said. This man, I'm sure he has an entourage of police. Let him drive them away. Let him first of all drive them away, because it's ridiculous. How can one say
that's the thing? Let him go and walk the streets. He should walk the streets alone, and then at the end of the street, he make that statement.
Because why the police is there is so that by law they have a set of people that can carry arms in attempts to protect us. Not everybody is meant to carry arms. The police, by law, they have the mandate, to arrest somebody when there's need. That's why this police, in the case of the army, is for protecting the nation mainly. Nigeria, to me, they're not using the army in the right sense, and he will just wake up. Now, let me talk about this Lawan marrying a small girl.
Yes.
Is there? We all know that part, where Lawan is. I don't know the state is from, but by his name is.
Well, he married that in Borno, so we can, some barely legal girls.
And that is their custom. And they are not. The thing that's paining me in all this thing, they are not setting a good precedence. Hello, they're not setting a good precedence.
No, I'm there, but just not to be too anti-not. We have to go to Nedunwoko and Regina Daniels as well. That is a barely legal relationship too. So it's just a sugar relationship now that we're getting out of the Nigerian space. This is what we're seeing. So get your Professor Data. Get your dollars. Get your cash up and head to Nigeria. There's some fine.
I don't.
Go and freshen up. Go and freshen up. Look at you. You are among boys now. What are you talking about? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. You want to bring out Bible?
Our leaders are known for committing statutory. Even Sanusi, that as well read, as well eloquent, that people were praising Sanusi. He too committed one statutory report. Although he will say
wasn't that princess that he married, his fourth wife, is it not? Some little girl. Yeah.
At what age?
This is the thing in the north.
is going to school until 21. Are you, if you say he's going to school, why did you marry the girl before she will be 21? So our leaders are known for committing statutory rapes, and these are the people that.
But just be mindful with that word, though. YouTube doesn't mind. They don't like that word, though. Before they start writing me, before they start writing me letters.
What's the age? What's the age of marriage in Nigeria?
No. That word, the statutory, the word that you said after statutory. I'm saying be mindful because YouTube doesn't like it, and they will start sending. They will start sending me emails.
Oh, okay.
But yes, Prof, you were saying that it doesn't meet with your approval, this behavior.
Yeah, what I'm simply saying is that, this, will I call it, most of these people on top seats in power, they're not setting a good example for people that they're ruling. What they're simply showing us is any man that gets money can go and marry any type of person, take advantage because they have the funds, they go and marry any. That also encourages looting, because one will want to go and loot and get money to marry. Oshomole, isn't it, when at this time when he started ascending, in short, let me put it, when he left Nigerian Labour Congress and entered politics, that he now thought of going to marry such kind of juicy taste of a wife. That's it. Yeah, the man don't begin seeing money. So then the money he used,
how do you know these people are not different from MC Oluomo and co in their behavior. They are just like all those MC Oluomo and all those the only reason is that they manage to go to school and people think they go to school. People think, I don't know what's
no, they went to school, but that's nasty act is still in them.
Yes, exactly.
How do you know Shomole wife is juicy and tasty?
Look at that, you were showing us Bible just now. You were showing us Bible just now. Or you think look at that. Look, we are all long in the game now. Don't do boju. We are all long in the game. We are among boys. Look at that. But still, with that Oshomole, let me just bring you this quickly, Prof, and then we'll go to V and Isaac. APC now more peaceful, orderly than when Oshomole was around. So this is the new chairman of APC, at least the interim chairman, Miamala Buni, the governor of Yobe State. APC now more peaceful, orderly than Oshomole left it. So this is Yobe State Governor Miamala Buni on Friday said the All Progressive Congress APC is now peaceful, orderly and more accommodating than when the former party chairman Adams Oshomole was at the helms of affairs. Mr. Buni came on board as the party caretaker chairman shortly after Mr. Oshomole was ousted out of office, leading to various candidates declaring themselves leaders of the party. At a meeting between President Muhammadu Buhari and the National Caretaker/Extraordinary Convention Planning Committee on Friday, Mr. Buni said the party is doing better than it was under the watch of Mr. Oshomole. The party is now more peaceful, orderly and accommodating than what we met on the ground, Mr. Buni was quoted to have said in a statement by Garba Shehu on Friday. Although there was initial fear, the mobilization and sensitization was able to allay the fears of members. Mr. Buni also said his leadership gave all aggrieved members of the APC fair hearing and was able to resolve issues, with many withdrawing cases from court, adding that accumulated legal fees left behind by Oshomole had been cleared. So a side swipe at Oshomole, you were referencing him, but it looks as though they don't especially rate him within the APC. To Ovie, Ovie to the space, the Niger Delta, the return of the Niger Delta Avengers Ex-PDP senator accused of 3.6 billion NDDC contract scam defects to APC are welcomed by Buhari. Senate President Ahmed Lawan marries some little barely legal Arab girl, and then of course the Chidinma OJUKWU slash USIFO Ataga Saga. So the sugar relationship gone awry. So to all of that and more, Ovie, good to see you.
I mean, yeah, good. I think all this discussion are kind of, lightweight. There is a breaking news right now. Imo State Governor paying 250,000 naira each to 15,000 youths and declared June 1st as Imo Youth Day.
Right.
That they spent 4 billion already. So, I bring that. It's important because
is that Hopus or Dema?
Yes, if you remember how we got here, in terms of discussion, how agitation and all that. I see all this one at time, everything goes upside. I mean, you need to listen to that man's speech. As in, I feel like sharing. It was funny, but I feel like sharing tears at the same time. I mean, 250,000, the way he's describing as if their destiny has been changed for life. Even singing all praises to the Baba himself, or Baba in Abuja say, yes, it is the help of Baba that they are, giving out this money, over 4 billion naira, blah, blah. I was like, really? So all the ravage that took place in Imo land, 250K to their youth, to their citizens is what it takes. So I really want to hear what our Igbo, brothers and sisters here, think about that. It just, just happened about an hour ago.
I am an Igbo man.
You see, what they've done over time is they try as much as possible to take the little education we have away from us. When they take that education away from us, we become so ignorant. So whatever they are giving us, we see that as benefit. Yeah, he's trying now. He's not supposed to be doing that. At least he tries. He's doing something. And before you know, they've given us the mentality of, like they say, Yoruba will say, "Binonjo, bole inja ene people konisha iso." Is that even if there is an inferno somewhere, maybe a whole house is getting burnt down, and some people are saying, "Hey, I'm robber. People are killing." No. But the person that is hungry, that hunger is what he wants. Anybody that give him that food that time, he will forget about all those other problems. And even the slave master now, the person that has captured him now, will now be saying, you can see now, I leave this guy because this guy already is shouting that he's hungry and someone is able to meet his need. The need they created, poverty is a need in Nigeria that they've created poverty. And how did they create poverty? They starve you of education, they starve you of good services, they starve you of every social benefit. And whatever stipend they are giving, they now elaborated that people say, oh, I try. The person before him didn't do anything. It's so unfortunate, honestly. That is why I'm saying that the more we can shout. You see, me, I see myself as a noisemaker, and I don't care. The more we can shout.
So, but what do you think? What do you think we can do?
The way we are shouting, we continue because the shout we shout. You understand? Buhari has to call off the trip to London. So now, as we are shouting, some people will be able to articulate better. Those people that are able to articulate better and move forward. That's why they were able to block Buhari from coming to London. Will you ever believe that Almighty Buhari will be afraid to go to London? Almighty Buhari, a whole Buhari himself. Now he can't go to London.
Is it confirmed that was the reason?
Whether is the reason or not, at least we are able to attach. No, we are able to attach it to that. We
shouldn't give ourselves credit yet until
they say Yoruba say ajekila no omokule ni tani omo pe ajana no pomoge. Now, when you say a witch, you see a witch now that started confessing is what is going to do or is iniquity. You understand? People will call it hallucination, whatever they call it. Started saying that thing. Now, a witch is doing that now. He did that yesterday, and a young child now died on the street today. people will now link that event to what happened yesterday. So we have there is a correlation between what they were trying to do in London and why Buhari called off his visit. So
I can't find this your news anywhere. Fake news. So speak to what is fake, because I've been looking as I was keeping quiet. I was looking for it. Fake news. So
let me send you the link.
Speak to what is being discussed. This is your region. Niger Delta Avengers return. So you guys are back in you finished spending all the dollars that Yar'Adua gave you, and you're back in the creek again, constituting a nuisance. And you are the young person, so you should know about all this sugar relationship. This Chidinma. Are you aware of that story at all? Because I thought, yes, because that's the hot topic thing that people are discussing in Nigeria. This sugar relationship between this 21-year-old girl and this 50-year-old man that has just gone awry. I say gone awry is led to the loss of that man's life. USIFO, Ataga, and Chidinma, OJUKWU. So there we are. So to that space, let me show you the girl again, so you know who we're contending with. This is the girl.
Look at how she walks to me.
So apparently an innocent girl, but I can't see where the innocence is in that little clip. But obvious. So
why will you judge her by how she was looking? I mean, what is all innocent about her? Yeah.
When she's walking naked on the street, that would be not an innocent.
Yeah, okay. You live in London.
There are two ways you can classify it.
Talk like this. This is 2021.
Victimize her again.
I
victimized her again?
Yeah.
You
cannot say because the way she said that is why
why you not show a picture when the police they interrogate her.
Okay. Let me show you this. This is the girl again. This is the girl again. Is this an innocent girl?
Yes.
Is this an innocent? Look at that.
Are you saying that?
Look at the way she's blazing the go.
Are you saying that I'm not innocent?
Huh?
You are saying that I'm not innocent.
Yeah, but a combination of everything now. A combination of everything. A combination of everything. No. She walks around naked on the streets. She's smoking Igbo and she's killing people.
On a more serious note, I think it's too early for anybody to jump in the conclusion. Listen to that video alone, you can tell that, man, this is a poor Hollywood production.
Which one?
You can. The one they were interrogating her after with the police when she was confessing anyway.
No, but no. Are you saying she did not do it? Are you saying she did not do it?
No, of course she do. I mean, I don't know. I can't even say that at this point because there's so many sides to the story. Okay, for me, nobody who has come out.
You know because she is detailed in yes. I don't hold on. Sorry, Ovie. Let me just say this. I don't approve of them parading people just to embarrass them, because that's not policing. But setting that aside, the way that she narrated the story, it was so detailed that it is. No, she was. No. She's a slay queen when she's out in town, but when she's in police custody, she's back to small girl.
I beg you, I say that's a Nollywood poor performance or poor production, as you say. I'm not saying she's innocent or she's guilty at the same time, but just because now where are the man's friends, his close friends? Because his inner caucus will know this girl more than any other person else. What is the wife saying?
But it's a sugar relationship. Now, do you know what a sugar relationship is?
Now they tell you, man. That's why I say it's close friends. I don't say everybody. I mean, it's close friends will know his side runs. And so there's so many things that I mean, I can't say she's innocent or she do it or she doesn't do it, whatever. But there's just more to it than say, okay, she's there, she's high or she's drunk, she no one sex, she rejects that, she stopped. I mean, come on, it doesn't. It's not add up to me. For me.
Okay. I think Baba Akure might have more opinions on. Well, it sounds as though you are, but Baba Akure might have more to say on that.
There's more to it. I think it's too early for us to just jump to conclusion. There's more to the story. Nobody, the wife hasn't come out and I don't think she has uttered any official statement. We just hear from her.
They are looking to rusticate her from Unilag, and her father was arrested as well. I think he's been released now.
No, yeah, because they said the father was trying to
stop them from taking her.
Which is normal. I mean,
he doesn't
know what is going on, so they carry him and all that. But as I said, to me, I think the story is just developing, unless they just decide to say, okay, let's just stop at that and move on. But
all right, this is
for my own reading. What I saw, I won't just I don't agree to that story. There's more to it.
And now, when you see fine girl, I'm sure that did not affect you. Your thinking.
Looking man who is freaking rich.
I know, but
I'm not gonna say the man said the inside. So
no, but
the man know. He get high. I mean, what should I say? As I said, I'm not excusing you or whatever, but it's a developing story.
Okay. Before I move you on to Niger Delta, just to Alexander's super chat. Alexander is asking, one man, a quick question for you and contributors alike. Who named the present Nigerian currency Naira? So this is not something I can especially say that I know, but I trust you guys are Ovie. Where did that word Naira come from?
So he did that according to the record. He did that on January 1973, 1st January 1973. So
my guy, you swallow encyclopedia and every question.
What is brain behind it? Why Naira? Any reason? Did they give reason why they arrived?
Because it's not a Yoruba word, I don't think.
So why you pick it from the word from Nigeria? That's what, according to encyclopedia, according to what one man.
Oh, you googled it, eh?
Oh yes, now that's what I do now.
Oh, okay.
Where should I get it?
All right. Oh, okay. Okay, but to the Niger Delta space, Ovie, the Niger Delta Avengers taken back to the streets. Senator Nwoboshi back in the PDP, the APC.
I mean, so what is that? Is that a news? Is that supposed to be a news?
No, it's just but the Niger Delta militants.
Okay, go ahead.
No, the Niger Delta militants, especially their narrative, it doesn't cohere because, of course, they are going under the banner of their area is being bastardized. They are fishing communities and they're no longer able to fish out of pollution, etc. So they come up with all of these storylines, but then, of course, we know what the underpinning is, and we know that underpinning from one of their lead lieutenants, one of their lead commanders, Asarido Kubo, who has been living in Cotonou for 20 years, and is telling you that.
Are you saying their claim is not legitimate, or I mean?
No. Well, that is exactly what I am saying actually, because you cannot be fighting for the Niger Delta from Cotonou, from your mansion in Cotonou.
No, forget about him. You are talking about his Avenger is much more than him.
No. It's the public face of the entire thing now. Yes, Avenger. Are they not? Is one and the same? Is one and the same? They are all of them are living in Dubai. They are living in London.
You can live anywhere, but the
you are living. You can be living in Dubai and fighting for the rights of the people in the creeks that their life is not up to.
I think in that region, Tokumbo is just one of them. Just one of the speakers. So that's why I said, unless you want to single him out in as a person, we talk about him. But if you want to talk about the Avengers, are you saying their claim is not legitimate? Are you saying what they are saying?
No. I'm suggesting that perhaps they are not the right set of people to be positioning in this manner.
What do you mean?
But for reasons that I've just said, like are
they not citizens of the region?
Well, they are citizens of Cotonou now, they have been for 20 years.
Wait, you're talking. That's what I'm saying. Are you talking about Tokumbo or Avenger?
Yeah, I'm talking about Tokumbo as the template as the public face of that whole narrative. It is
Niger Delta.
they're not there anywhere. Then they Dubai.
We know my people. We know them.
Look at
we know ourselves. So
look at that.
So
you know they there now. You know they there now. You they spend your own they spend your own court for dollars.
But you heard it. But you heard their demand. They talking, but that's the most important. It's communication, and it's understood. So, are you saying is they don't have the right to,
No, I'm actually wondering what took them so long to come out, especially with Kano making noise, Sunday Igboho making noise, and they can really, because if they move, everything changes. So I wondered what took them so long to resurface.
One man. I don't know. I don't know how you think they underestimate this man. You think they just wake up, carry gun, begin shout? No, they know the reason. Everything at time we calculate. That the season it is. They must cancel him. They go pay. Don't worry. Whether I like it or not, their request is legitimate. How they say a request for Abu is inconsequential? How you go to answer them? That's what we are talking about.
Oh, okay. So
because
to this,
everybody is demanding. Every region now is out. Your people say they shout. So why are you now saying what they are not qualified to make their demands?
Well, they are not really, because they are only going to exploit again the people that they are claiming are being exploited. Because of course I cannot imagine. Maybe some of them have never even been to that Creek region. I won't be surprised. But certainly all of them don't live even in Nigeria anymore. Never mind. And then they are just collecting dollars.
They all live in that the same region.
At least at least the arrowhead. At least the arrowhead. The arrowhead of the Oduduwa movement. He lives.
So who's the arrowhead of the Avengers?
They are hungry again. Hey, this is what I was getting at. I think.
The Oduduwa are hungry.
No, the Oduduwa are never hungry. We are.
Those people.
You are right.
Those people want something from the government. Let's just get it right.
Of course, dollar.
Something from the government. Why you want something from the government?
I agree.
Why you talk like this?
But you know why I don't.
Something from the government.
Why
is dollars now?
Why is more important than yours?
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong.
I'll get you wrong, I'm getting you wrong, because the way you are putting it, they are all on the same headache. They are all the same people.
I support any noise against the government. I support any noise against the government. But we must separate. But we must separate the genuine one from the one from the selfish one.
From the dollar grabbers.
Let me hear. Separate. Go ahead and separate them.
Now,
this one is genuine and this one is not genuine.
It's all these Biafran people.
Okay, my own is genuine.
Oh, your own is genuine.
Of course, my own is genuine.
My nose is fake.
No, your nose is genuine.
Not real. I'm just making noise because I have too many energy to make noise. Is that what you're saying?
Do you know why I say your voice is genuine? Our voice is genuine. That because you are not negotiating with the government, except you don't know.
How do you know we are not negotiating?
Except I don't know. That's what I mean. Except I don't know. I'm not negotiating with the government. I know of my own, right? I know of my own.
How can you say I am not negotiating with the government? How can you say that?
You are the one saying that now.
Ask me, but you are not asking. You are just putting the allegation straight up to me that I didn't do it. Ask me.
Okay. Let's bring Baba Akure into the conversation, so just so we would have sampled everybody. Yes, this is it. Anytime Baba Akure turns up, I think anytime Baba Akure turns up, I think I have to change it. But I wonder if my glasses needs changing, because I'm almost seeing two of him every time. It's doubling in size. Me, I'm thinking, Baba Akure. We need to take you back to the farm, Baba Akure.
Mr. Isaac is the person.
We need to move you back. But hold on, let's hear from Baba Akure. And Baba Akure, to this space, I know it's a bit of a light-hearted one, because there's several light-hearted storylines to the narrative this time around. I was calling it Shawarma Arab, but it's Shua Arab. So the Senate president, he has gone to marry some either shawarma or whatever, some Arab girl.
Sorry, just define Naira. Can you put it up on the screen?
I did. I did put it up. That was Alexander. So this is hold on. Let's start from Alexander, because Alexander comes in with a super chat, unlike you people who are just to all you bread and butter people. Gary, I have to change my audience from the Gary drinkers to the champagne drinkers because but Alexander, so he just goes on to confirm what Ola said. Federal Commissioner for Finance, which was his position at the time, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, correct. So Awo named he gave us the word Naira. So whose comment are you asking me to? Is it this Chukwu? So what is he saying?
They give the meaning of Naira, which is funny, but it makes sense.
It says Naira means never allow Igbo rule again. Well, there you are. So you said it. We are not allowed to say that anymore here because of course kung fu fighting. Bia will turn up now with handkerchiefs and machetes. He can say it, but me and you we cannot say it according to the new rules from headquarters. No, I'm only joking. But thank you for that. But to Baba Kure, I wanted you to go to this space. I'll come to your super chat in a minute. Plenty water. But I wanted you to go to this space. This shawarma girl that the Senate president has gone to marry. It's a light-hearted thing, but this penchant that the Nigerian super rich have now for this marrying this barely legal. We all know about sugar relationships, and this is one of the stories that we're addressing. But this penchant that they have for marrying all these barely legal girls. Ned Nwoko at 64, 65 married Regina Daniels, 19. This Senate president at late 50s, early 60s married now to this girl barely out of her teens. And of course, this relationship that we're talking, Femi Fani Kayode, of course, he just, straight out of the womb is already there trying to, what is going on. And then, of course, this narrative of this Chidinma and this USIFO, a love tryst gone wrong, ended up as a murder case. So, Baba Kure, good to see you.
Thank you very much for having me. I will start with the Senate president. Well, like I used to hear from men who always go for little girls, like that of.
But Baba Kure, what would you if the little girl looked like this? What would you do?
Look at how she walk. She walk.
This guy not go
So that is the thing. This is the thing. Be honest. If the little hold on. If the little girl look like this, what would you do, Baba Kure?
They go feed this bitch. You don't go jail.
Is it? So
I won't do anything.
Nigerian government no go agree.
I won't do anything because I have class.
Look at that. Okay, well done.
I know those I can go to. Not little girl, because even it doesn't really matter how big you are. Once I look at you, I know that this is not my fish. So I will just drop you back to the ocean. That is just it. So
Baba Kure.
No, I don't agree.
I don't agree. We say to agree.
When I get you and I know that this is a small fish, I will just drop you back to the ocean.
Look at that. That is what they call it, Jekuje.
So now our political chief elite, because that is how I'm going to qualify them. It is not new. We can imagine the level of greediness that our politicians our politicians have. You will see that every single time is either they marry young girl or their children marry during the time they are in the position of political space. I can mention from 1 to 100 that I know about our politicians in Nigeria. Either when they are in the government, when they are there as governor or commissioner or minister, that is when they want to have their children wedding in order to make more money.
Just to interrupt you a little bit, Babakure, just where you are, Buhari has sent delegates to Kano to go and negotiate the princess that his son is going to marry. So, of course, presidential wedding, like you said, when he has the keys to central bank, why not just use that? I think this will be his third child now that is marrying off in 6 years.
Everybody in that position will do the same thing. So
you know the funny part of it is that they will spend state money. Then each ministers or some of the representatives or some of the senators, they will bring them brand new vehicles.
Yes, they will try to outdo each other on who can throw more dollars, of course.
They now become auto dealer. So that is what all of them are doing. Just
to interrupt you, this Mia Malabuni, the one that I was just saying, he was mocking Oshiomhole, he is married to one of Abacha's daughters who divorced her husband and then he married her. Do you know how much he paid in dowry?
No.
24 bars of gold.
Okay,
this is where they are now. 24 bars of gold. You know they've discovered gold in Zamfara.
Illustrious son, one of the more prominent illustrious son, Bankole, the former speaker. He married to the Masari family now.
Yeah, but you know it doesn't matter. That one is the Yoruba man. But carry on.
Cross carpet there, no matter.
All of them are trying to cash in again. They cash in from government, and they still want to cash in again. That is what they are all doing. Remember when Oshiomhole that mentioned here, when he got married to that yellow girl.
Yeah, the Cape Verde girl. You know that girl, just to interrupt you again, that girl, she's about, when they got married, she was about 25. She's a lawyer. She's the beauty queen. She won the beauty pageant for that, for her country. So she comes from an upper middle class background. She's a flight attendant with the Emirates. So she gets to meet, of course, somebody that pretty, they'll put her in the first class. So she gets to meet a whole suite of very wealthy people. So 25 successful, tall striking beauty queen. So she has all of the world at her feet. And this girl... And hold on.
It's like you are jealous of Oshiomhole.
No. I'm painting you a picture. I'm painting you a picture of corruption, and I'm telling you the sort of corruption that we have in Nigeria. So this girl, as I described, tall, elegant, light-skinned. You know, they price light skin in some spaces. Middle-class, educated lawyer from. You know, all of that. You know. She's 25, so that tells you then that she has the peak of virtually every man on this planet. Oshiomhole, short little runt of the litter. I'm not going to describe another man's look as ugly or not, but you know what Oshiomhole looks like. A little runt of a person, 67 years old. So what would that 25-year-old beauty queen want with a 67-year-old little bouncy man? Is billionaire. So the price for that girl, I'm saying, because before her family will surrender that as well. We're talking what, $100 million more for him to buy that girl.
Let me complain that my money be that. That's part of my money. I'm from that state. That's part of my money.
There's no doubt about that. Same thing we are still saying. And remember, okay, now the girl left him. I guess I think they divorced right now, right? Why did he?
I'm not sure, but I won't be surprised. But I've not heard that.
Okay, pussy hole inside now.
Because I heard that they divorced the other time. I don't know how it is or not. But what I'm still saying is that is what all our politicians are doing. That is all all our politicians are doing. I could remember even even on those state governor, almost all of them. It is this one now, this man, governor of Ondo State,
Aregbesola.
No, what's the name of this Ondo State government again?
Ondo State, Akeredolu.
Akeredolu.
Yes.
he is the only person now in Ondo State that never hand hand of his daughter or his son in marriage. That is all what they always do.
Is he get 4 years? Is he get 4 years? Just calm down.
No. He is anyway. He still get like
he get 4 years.
So that is what they always do. So like that of Senate president now, right? You will see a lot of donation on that very day. All kind of.
Sorry to interject. What you think do? Is it wrong? Is it get underage?
She's barely legal. But tell me if this is wrong or not. Let me answer yours and Baba Kure's question with this second headline. I won't give you the full story, but just the headline. So, exclusive, Senate President Lawan gives newly wedded wife 100 million naira as National Assembly building deteriorates. Despite claiming Nigeria is broke and should keep borrowing to fund critical infrastructure, the President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, has lavished over 100 million naira on his new wife, Zainab Abdul Wahid. So there you have it. That just answers that question.
No, I still you are still not telling me what the man has done wrong. Is she on that age?
Actually, what I meant to understand is that when
she must be.
If she's on that age, then that's a different. But if she's not, then the man has not done anything wrong. He's capable.
No, I'm not going to speculate. I don't know her age. What is the short answer to that? Yeah.
The man is wealthy enough to take care of as many wives as he can. His religion permitting. So,
you are right. But what I meant to understand is that when the older men marry young girl, their blood will be cooler than. That was I don't know anyway, but that
look at you, Baba Kure. Look at you, Baba Kure. You better talk quietly. You know you better talk quietly. Don't go and put it in your own pocket too. Look at this one. He's a suspect. He's a suspect. You are a suspect. You are a suspect.
I wait to understand that the man gets younger.
There you go.
Maybe that's what is going on here. Maybe that is the permutation that all these people are following anyway. I that could be, but to me, what I want to bring out of this matter is that all our politicians are so greedy. It's not when they are in political position they should be getting married and they should be doing this, they should be handing over. The same pattern, all of them getting married when they are in the position of authority.
Okay, so that was just by way of a light-hearted something, but back to the serious matter. So I'll rattle you through the headlines. I'm sure you have been following because we all want your opinion on this. But before I go to the headlines, I'll just acknowledge plenty of Waters super chat. So he guides this one at Alexander. He goes at Alexander Gomez. Can I guess the next question? What was the real intent of changing the currency? And to answer that, kill the Nigerian pound, the Biafran hold. So I don't know if that's a coded.
That's not true.
Is that some code? Or is it talking in code? Because that sounds like parables to me. But thank you. I
disagree with that.
It's like you switching from naira to pound to naira. So they still get their money now.
So no, see. This is why I disagree. You know, when you look at what was happening there, you know, Nigeria economy was actually going down that time, and Nigeria wanted to break away from the.
Okay. This referencing Biafra when they changed to the pound.
Exactly.
Because the Biafrans, of course, they had their currency as part of their breakaway strategy. So the switch of currency just to wipe away that whole space. Okay, yeah.
Exactly. It wipes nothing away at all, because when they change to naira, you will see exchange for your naira, right? So it doesn't. You are not losing anything. So what happened in that thing is that Nigeria was trying to break away from the monetary control of United Kingdom. So they broke away from, before that time, it was United Kingdom through this Western, whatever jargon in West Africa, in the economy, they control our currency. They printed the currency for us. So Nigeria was now controlling it. So it wanted to have its own central bank. And Nigeria now went ahead again to devalue Naira, make sure that Naira was exchanged for 2 Naira to a pound. So what that's simply doing is that you boost your, Awolowo has always been the person that believes in productivity. When you boost your local productivity and you want to sell to your foreign counterparts, you make the product cheaper for them to import to their country. So exports, that will boost our own exports while we try to reduce the we boost the imports in the designated country. So that's exactly what Awolowo tried to do that time, so that Nigerian products will move off the shore to foreign countries. That's what he did, not to kill economy of Biafra. Even as a matter of fact, because Igbo people, they've always been so enterprising, the thing actually helped Igbo because they understand that thing. And don't forget that during that period, not long from that period, that Nigeria started taking over foreign assets from the United Kingdom, all those stuff. That when they tried to get all those foreign investment from United Kingdom, so Nigerian just nationalize most of those investment, all those stuff. So it has nothing to do with it.
Just to speak to that space a little bit, the changing of the currency and the passing of the baton from the British system to a Nigerian system, and then vesting the Nigerian currency within the Nigerian space. That was the one thing that the British did properly, in my thing, that they just ceded your space to you. The French Francophone countries, you know that all of their economy is still at the French central bank, and that CFA is still very much underpinned by in fact, I think they signed contracts that they will continue almost in perpetuity to vest their economy within the French central system. So indirect rules still carries on within those Francophone countries.
Yes, I think they learn from Nigeria, so they are still controlling all those Francophone countries through their monetary policy.
Yeah. Still controlled by the British.
No, but we control our money. We control our money, though, and I think also. Sorry, hold on, Ola. I think also that those Francophone countries are looking to move out, because I'm not sure if you are aware that if it hasn't come on board already, it'll be coming on board fairly soon. Common currency, West African common currency, echo something or the other. Yeah.
So OVA, see, British are not controlling us, they just age. Wait now, they age. Two different things. Look.
I like the way that.
No, this is the Biafran narrative that this is the Biafran narrative that you are echoing.
It is not the British. It is not the British that carry Buhari from Nigeria to London today. It is we. But those people, instead of blocking Buhari, instead of blocking Buhari, they just look away. Human right, do whatever you like. They won't impose anything.
They never know what to stop Buhari from going to London. Don't agree on that yet.
It was Renault Macri, we know. But hold on, Ola. Because it looks as though a lot of people are interested in that storyline that Ovie was trying to introduce about the Imo State. Hold on. Can you hold on? Can you please hold on? What's his name? The Seno has been posting it in there, so I think I may have found something.
No, let me tell you what happened. Just pause it. Let me tell you what happened.
So this is it.
See, when I started watching it when they were doing the debate live. It was live premiering. So after I listened to it, after they finished, then I went back again. But what I found out that they edited it. The part that he praised Buhari for that singular ad, they cut it out.
Okay, is this what you are talking about on the screen now? Is this it on the screen?
This is it, but this is the edited one.
Okay, so let's not bother with it then. Let's go back to Baba Akure, who had
No, you can still watch it. I mean, just one part they took out.
Okay.
Everything that I
said. Our young men and women, that is our youth, not only economically, but also politically. By today's event, we are making the statement as loudly as possible that when we talk of the youths being future leaders of tomorrow, we mean every word of it. The only guarantee that the youth of today can truly be the leaders of tomorrow is by ensuring that such youths are empowered today so that tomorrow they can become economically strong to assert themselves as leaders. How can the youths be the future when they are not sure of today? Because we understand clearly that our future as a nation and as a state lies in the quality of youths we have today. We are leaving no stone unturned in ensuring that we secure the future for our youths by providing for them.
Ovie, does he actually say anything that will be interesting? Because he's just making the usual empty head noise.
Forward it a little bit, you see where
Okay.
I have something
The Ministry of Entrepreneurship.
Oh, okay, sorry, Babakure.
I have something to say about it when we
Oh, okay. So we listen to it and then we come to.
like middle.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I will tell you the part. He can continue. Let me figure out the part
At the end
exactly.
of this ceremony, you will be receiving alert.
Hey, I don't get a lot. I go the way.
Listen to the song. Listen to the song.
Alert of 250,000 naira.
You see. You see, when I say that we're docile in that country and we're very quick to forgive and forget, these are the people that they send security operatives after to savage almost on a daily basis, 250,000 naira, and I got the win.
You need to listen to what he said after that. How we think as if 2,000 and 50,000 is their destiny and all that.
President Muhammad Buhari.
Oh, sorry, you talked over that. Let me go back just a little bit.
With 15,000 of you, I must thank Mr. President Muhammad Buhari. I must thank also Central Bank of Nigeria for making it possible for this scheme to be realized today. With 15,000 of you, the government is investing very close to 4 billion naira. And this is meant to secure your future. This is a bold statement on how important you are to this administration. It is a practical demonstration of the fact that indeed you are the future of Imo State.
Sorry, how much is 250,000 naira in dollars? Because I think that should be about what? About 300-400 pounds.
About $500, if I'm not mistaken.
So $500 is what will secure their future.
It's about between $600 to $700.
This is just depressing.
It's not up to that. It's not up to that because
it's not up to right.
No. Because even 1,000 Canadian dollars is 400,000.
There you go.
So which means 250,000 would be like 550,000.
There you go. So about 300 pounds is what will secure their future.
A generation of youths that are determined to succeed. To those who are determined to succeed, this amount is more than sufficient. To those who are prepared to fail, this amount may be mega. But remember, the holy book in Micah has admonished us not to despise the small beginning.
Okay, I think that's about as much. Yes, that's about as much of the nonsense that we can tolerate. Baba Kore, what are you making of that nonsense?
It is big nonsense. And you remember, we always say it on this show, right? We quickly forget.
Did you see the dancing? These were the people. They were all over social media. They were hold on. They were all over social media just last week, lamenting about how they are being savaged. 200 to 300 pounds.
But you know the funniest part of it is that he did mention that 15,000 of them. These 15,000 youth alone in Imo State. That is my first question.
No, if you listen,
hold on over here. Yeah.
We are talking of 250,000, right? I bet you see that 15,000 that he mentioned, maybe they will only have 5,000 people that they will give from their own party, and they said they spend money. That is number one. Then that 250,000 that he said is going to save them for their future disaster. That money is not even going to be enough for them to feed themselves in 3 months. You know what I'm saying?
But if you look at them, these are people that are going to hold on. These are people that are going to spend it on. You saw the crowd now. They are going to spend it on babes. So it's just weekend money. It's just
If they don't even spend it on babes, 250,000 naira is nothing in Nigeria as we are talking right now.
Hold on. Let Baba Kure land.
No, I want to support his point. If you listen to it further, he expected them to go and generate more employment with that. That means
with 250,000. Let me just add on to that.
I have a controversial.
Hold on, Ola, because let's Baba Kure have that expression. But before we go back to you, you see what I've found, because I think a lot of us, we send money home, etc., etc. So if you send money home to do this and that and the other for that person, what you'll find is that person has accumulated so much debt, owing this person this one, owing that one, owing school fees, owing rent, even not owing beer parlor. And owing beer parlor is a legitimate something too, but they've owed so much that by the time they get that 250,000, just to be able to show their face, you know, sometimes when they are owing so much, they have to go through another street because they are owing everybody. You know, it's a nonsense, isn't it? What are we talking about?
Even right now, if they don't even owe anybody right now, 250,000 naira cannot even take one man for 4 months in Nigeria. Just one man. If you want to eat morning, afternoon, night, and that's 250,000. It will finish within 3-4 months. The 250,000 that you want to change their life, overnight. It is very sad. But the only thing we can be doing is to be educating our people back home, because they quick to forget. These are the people, because I will always come back to this issue of NSAS case. These are the people that had ordinary food material in warehouse while you dead hunger. They lock you inside like goats or like pig. You cannot go out. You cannot feed yourself. They hide the food that they're supposed to distribute for you. They hide it somewhere. And NSAS was what exposed them. Then we quick to forget now. Then we start jubilating because of 250,000 naira.
It's just.
I have a controversial.
It's just ridiculous. So hold on, just on that NSAS space, there's a story there's just a little story. Some girl that was arrested at that time, that she still wasn't released, and she ended up giving birth in detention. I think she may well have been released now, but for no higher a crime than just going on the streets to demand a better country. So now Tenwode is now the name of that child. But Ola, what was your contribution before we go back to Baba Kure?
Yeah, why I say I have a controversial counterpoint to that 250. Now, the problem with our politician is this: whenever they come out with their policy or those drama, because I'm always suspicious. You understand? I always suspect them. Now, is 250,000 really small in some sense? It depends. If we put in a perspective,
is it life changing? Would you say? Is it life changing?
For the purpose, yes, it's small. For the purpose, it's small.
No, we have to look at this. Okay, there was a time I lost my job. Wait, OVA, there was a time I was out of job in this environment. And these people were now going to teach me here how to set up my business. You know, when they say, okay, I should come with business plan, and they were going to get me loan. When I saw the loan, they were going to get me 10,000 Canadian dollar. I laugh because just my social insurance will be more than that. So these people must be joking. The 10,000 to set up what? You know, what they were looking at that time is that whether I was thinking of going into some kind of trade, maybe an electrical job, or maybe craftsmanship or all those stuff, which naturally will buy me equipment to do all those things. Now, with 250,000, if someone is going to be a vulcanizer, for example, because life changing means different things to different people. I have a situation whereby my wife bought a compressor for a vulcanizer, and how much did he give her that time? I think it was about 25k to buy a compressor. To that guy, he was thanking my wife as if he gave.
When you say that,
my wife gave him.
When was that? When was that?
That time was
just less than 2 years ago.
So, 2 years ago.
Waiting now. You know, I'm saying sincerity of purpose is what my suspicion about our politicians.
Hold on. Even that 250,000 is a derisory amount. But then, of course, it's nothing. But knowing that landscape, it's absolutely nothing. Let me tell you why it's absolutely nothing. Those 15,000 people that Baba Akure has already told us it is going to, by the time the chips are counted, it's going to be 5,000 people. And those 5,000 people will be party faithfuls, cousins of top people that are the one that they have been complaining that you have to help him. So they'll just give him that money and tell him that he should give 100,000 to something. You know, it's just a nonsense.
That's why I said I'll be controversial. Do you know that if two people combine 250,000 together,
right,
they can buy Okada, for example, and start doing Okada business.
All right.
You see, it's not as if that money.
You've been in Canada for too long, Ola. You become Oyinbo. Hold on, Ola.
I'm among the members of my family. I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, hold on, Ola. Let's hear from Ovie, and then we'll go back to Baba Akure. So, Ovie,
if that money, if the recipient lives in a rural area, that is understandable. You could start something. But if you live in the city, how much do you think they sell Okada first? The Okada you are talking about. How much do you think they sell Okada?
Did you hear me that I said two people can combine money together and buy one
That's
Okada?
That's why I asked you, how much is Okada?
You can still get Okada for 500,000 at most.
Okay. So start running the business now. You are expected to provide more employment. You are expected to pay your rent. You are expected to pay your. We never talk about the maintenance of the Okada. Come on, if that person they live for rural village, I go understand. It could start something, but not in the city, in Nigeria, any of the Nigerian cities.
See, you are not getting my point. With 250,000
today, 250 are not even like
with 250,000, if you are a carpenter, wait now. If you are a carpenter, you can buy axle, you can buy hammer, you can buy something. See, let's forget about the fact that this is about.
Let me support
like I said, when I said I will sound controversial.
Hold on, Ola. When I say hold on. When I say hold on, then please do. Just to add, because I like to add data to Okada is actually between 120,000 naira to 300,000 naira. So that adds to your narrative, Ola. And Okada.
Cannot get Okada for
well, I'm looking at it here now. A Denstar, that is DENSTAR motorbike, which is what they use for Okada, between 120,000 to 300,000
naira. One man. That is fake information. You cannot get,
Well,
you
I
can,
live
you cannot
in
get
the
Okada less than 300,000 in Nigeria.
Okay, well,
I said if two of them combine that 200 and combine their money together, that's 500,000. If they run it together,
You are talking about economies yesterday.
One man don't believe
wait now. Okay, no, economy.
Wait, now I agree with you. You are teaching us economics yesterday. You are still talking about the same state.
Okay. Sorry, Baba Akure, that's the link right there. Go, yeah, if you want to check the prices.
Okay. Let me give you an example of a lady. Google, that lady is called Petra. It's a common lady on the Facebook. You know, when she was made a politician, you're a commissioner, you don't know, personal assistant, you know how politicians use them to siphon money. This lady left that job. He started a fashion business, and he bought some kind of machine there, you know, all those sewing machine there, and he engaged some people and all those stuff were working. Wait. You know, I mentioned something when I said I wanted to sound controversial. I knew exactly what I was going to say. I said if two people combine money together, they will buy one Okada. Is that not what I said? Two people, they form Okada business. They got 500,000 as a startup capital. See, this thing is all about being creative. Now, let me land. 250,000, for example, for artisans that know how to sew, can buy at least 4 single machines.
No, but as I said, 150,000 naira would buy your Okada. In fact, they can buy 2 Okadas even.
You can start to make it business.
Let's not. Hold on. Hold on, please. We're going down the wrong avenue. Let Baba Gule have his free expression. I think 250,000 naira can start you something. It's essentially what Allah is saying to us, and I think there's some merit to that.
I understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
But I'm going to bring out some analysis, right? So now you are talking about 250,000 naira to buy Okada, but 1 man, for you to buy any Okada, you even use one, you have to have nothing less than 180,000. Used one, very used one, not Tokumbo. Used one within Nigeria. So that information you have there, it is incorrect.
Well, these are Baba Akure, these are 2021 figures. The headline: Nigerian prices. Hold on, prices of Okada in Nigeria 2021, new and used, and then he goes through the list of Okada, Clink Champion 200A, 330 to 450. So it goes through the list up to Bajaj Discover 125F. 200,000 to 400. So yeah, you can squeeze it. There's a Bajaj, another one, 100,000 to 150. I've sent you the link, so it's all there.
I see it here. It here. The Bajaj Plus AS 150. That is just the model. So 320,000 to 850,000. Then Bajaj B15, 200,000 to 350,000. Bajaj Discover 125F. 200,000 to 400,000.
So yeah,
that is what they put there. You get what I'm saying? They just put it there for themselves.
Baba Akure, how much do you think it costs you to start a Gari milling business? For example, you buy.
Okay.
So see, 250,000 can do a lot. But the question is this: our politicians, are they sincere about that? See, if they are giving that money, I understand. But are they sincere?
I understand what you are saying, Ola. 250,000 can do something if I'm going to put if economy is good. If people have food to eat, if there is no hyperinflation, let's put that.
That has nothing to do with starting a business. We are talking
Okay, let's not stay here for too long because
you were educating us yesterday about buying power. If you don't get buying power, how could they patronize you? You can start business as all you want. If there is some money to patronize you, how you could survive?
You see that
when you start, wait now, you are empowering 15,000 people, and they will go into different trades. They will go into different trades. That's how money circulates, my friend. Now, wait now. It
is easy to say that. It is easy to say that.
You will make sense in a real world. If the country is in a fairly good shape,
exactly.
This money as they enter their account.
Okay. Hold on, please. Let's take some comments from the room. This is Baker Ortiz. He's always here, but he never. One of these days you have to come online, Baker. So he's saying 250,000 is what there is in Nigeria right now. So that is his opinion. This is Humble African. He says, guys, look at the kind of jobs we are mentioning for Nigerian youths. And these Okada riders that we're talking about Humble African, almost certainly all of them graduates. Baker comes back at you again. He says, your analysis is caked. So I don't think he's especially impressed. And then Kehinde Lawan, the last one we'll take, he says 250,000 can't do anything in Nigeria right now. Well, you people are talking because you are not in Nigeria now. So hold on before you're able to make hold on. Before you're able to make that statement, Kehinde, you have to tell us where you are. So respond, and then let's go back to Baba Kore, who has still not had full expression.
If someone say 250 cannot do anything, if you give that person 250 million, doesn't mean that he will do anything. How can someone be telling me 200? How much do they sell sewing machine? How much does it take you to set up a barber salon? How much does it take you to set up a couple business?
How many people are wearing clothes now when you cannot?
Wait now. Someone is saying, look at the job we are looking at Nigerian YouTube. When I lost my job, I went to Walmart to go and do liberal business. What are we talking about? The problem is that we have to set up our ego.
Look at your comparison. No.
Wait now.
Your comparison.
Wait, no. Don't get it wrong.
That's their life and their family.
Don't get it wrong. There was a time.
Okay, we're even giving Prof a headache. Prof is not even paying attention to us. He's just carrying on with his job. But let's go back to Baba Kore and
work for Walmart and working in a bank or any other institution you can think of.
Let's go back. Hold on, Ola, please. Let's go back to Baba Kore because I think we may be missing the wider point, which is essentially what has been going on in that. Which is essentially what has been going on in that region for months and years and years. I mean, we all congregate here almost every day, and we hear from the eastern quarters what is going on there, to the point that you hear pain in people's voices when they are narrating what is going on. But then hold on, I'm putting this to Baba Kore. So but then they give them 250,000 naira and they are dancing on the street saying, "Na God the we know, na God the we know." This is Nigeria.
The issue is that
how much did they give to Igbo guys?
I'm going to have to settle down, my man. You have to let people speak, Ola, please. Baba Kore, let's hear from you.
You see, those are just party members. That is the truth of the matter. You see, those people who gather themselves, they are just party members. So, as you see, as we are talking here now, like Ovie, I'm going to use Ovie as a scapegoat now. Like me, I wanted to do a nation. I wanted to do a nation. Professor Data want Biafra. Ola want to do a nation. I can't go. I don't know. Maybe it's in between the middle. But Obie want one Nigeria.
I don't think you want. I don't think you want to do a nation more than Ajanle Koko. He's a staunch Yoruba. Is a staunch Yoruba man.
As we are talking right now, we still have some hard coin people that can kill themselves because of APC. That is just the matter. I have a cousin. When you see what is posting every single day, this is the person that cannot even feed himself. But if you talk bad about APC, boy, it will cost you to any length. So you see.
I have that cousin too. We have not been on speaking terms for going on 2 years now because I was critical of Tinubu and he would not have it, and I just laughed at him.
You see, this person also is a Tinubu boy, and Tinubu don't even know him in our village. He never even saw Tinubu.
I think we are talking about the same guy because I don't think Tinubu knows my cousin either, but he would die for Tinubu.
When you talking about OJUKWU nation, he said the guy we said posted on Facebook that they should arrest all of them and put them in jail. So you see, these people that gather themselves, it is just like buying crowds. So they are not the true reflection of the youth of Imo State. That is my own position, and I believe a lot of people will share that position too. As he spoke that 15,000 is going to give them 250,000, 250,000. As I said earlier, maybe 5,000 of them will only get the money.
Baba Akure, when he was talking about that 250,000, you know what immediately came to my mind? What came to my mind was a narrative that Buhari was describing, that they will come to him and ask for 300 million for local governments, and he will give them, and then they will go to the local governments and ask them to sign for that 300 million, and the local government will sign, and then they will give the local government 100 million. So this announcement that he made, even this 250,000, just remove 100,000 from it, exactly. Because that one is for the boys.
I did the maths here now. The money they are going to be distributed is 3.15 billion naira, right? Out of that 3.5 billion, 1 billion will go to someone's pockets. Out of that, there is no doubt about that. Then, when you see this 250,000 they are talking about, I can bet you they may likely come out tomorrow and start printing form, and they will even selling them that form. That if you want to, Nigeria is so corrupt. They will tell you.
Okay. Off the back of this conversation that we are having, I'll come to you in a minute, Ovi, but I want to start this point from Professor Datao. You know, sometimes we just start with the topic and then we meander, but so we are meandering now. And by the way, anybody that is here, please subscribe if you are not already. This is what we do. We gather just the panel as you see it, and we discuss all matters Nigerian. 10 o'clock, 10, 15, 10:30, just from 10. Just get yourself ready for the session every day. I'm going to run it make an effort for the rest of the year, see what that translates into. But the question now to everybody, starting with Professor Datao. So you have that you know that neighborhood guy that calls you bros that you saw grow up, but you were that a few years older than him, or your cousin from your mother's side, or etc., etc. So you've been abroad and it's been troubling you and it's been guilt stripping you, and then you say, okay, let me just finish this guy off once and for all. So what is the amount of money that you can give to somebody in Nigeria and say, take this money and go sort out your life, a figure? So set up we're not saying go and become Dangote or anything, no, but come out of whatever suffering into some relative comfort. So what is that sum of money that you're giving to that person to say, okay, I've been your boss for a long time, I owe you an obligation, but this is a once and for all obligation. So a figure that sets somebody up moderately within Nigeria. Professor Datao, you address that first, and then I'll take over. Yeah.
The truth of the matter, it depends on what that person needs. But you see, this 250,000 this governor of Imo is giving. There are some people you give that it will help them, because there's somebody that have given about 50,000, and the person was able to make use of the money, and in trading, and the person has left me alone. So it depends on whom, the amount of money. I think almost everybody will be greedy, but to me, as I say, it depends on the amount. And to me, any amount.
Okay, let me give you that person, because I really want that thing addressed. So your person is some OND holder, is relatively decent background, but is struggling very hard. He's got a wife and maybe a child or two. He's turned his hands at this, that, and the other, and things are just weighing heavily on him. And you're saying set yourself up. So what is a set yourself up figure just for an average middle of the road sort of like a Nigerian guy from his bros from abroad.
Okay, I won't be able to give this thing figure, but if I'm to help that person, I will first of all see your kids. Are they going to school? I'll try to see if I can offset their school fees. See how I can help that person.
No, you're not addressing the question then, because what I was wanting you to address. What I was wanting you to address was to put him in a position where you would not have to offset his children's school fees, but he will be able to. So to set him up so that he will. Let me come to Ovie on that, and then Ovie, did you understand the question? Okay, address it. I think you would have acted in that space, but somebody, let me give you Henry's figure. This is Henry Ukoha's figure, and this question as well to everybody in the streaming as well. So if you want to comment your figures, I'll pick it up. So this is Henry's figure, 5 million naira. But that wasn't the figure I had in mind, but Ovie, your figure, just to that space.
I think it depends on your location and the kind of business you want to do with the money. It all depends. And that's why I said I kind of agree with Ola. It depends. If those people are in the rural areas, yes, 250,000 can start something within that environment. But when you come down to the city, I doubt it's not. It's not. Because, again, if you find somebody who is in school, like, what I do most of the time is that most of my job that I know I can give out people here, I give out people in Nigeria, like designing a website, like my foundation website. The guys doing it, it's in Ibadan. The guys running my social media website, they are all in Ibadan. So there, if you give them 250,000, it's kind of it's useful to them because one, they are still in school. But when you say a grown man, according to what, if I want to go by what the governor is saying, this is a skill that is sent out to train. Yeah, the tailoring and all that. But I think I put it to you today, to rent a shop in Benin, a very remote area in Benin, nothing less than 100K for a year to rent. So if you rent, now you're talking about buying one or two machines, maybe 350K. Then before you pay for your electricity and everything going. Now, how often do you get people to patronize you? Knowing the situation in Nigeria today, how many people they sell clothes? How much are they sell clothes? So
people don't walk around naked. They are not walking around naked yet. What are you talking about? Okay, come on, man.
So many ways to get clothes these days. What are they talking? How much did they say clothes? Now, okay.
What about patch? We still they still do patch now. So okay, this is you see the people in the comment section, they are getting my question more. So this is Alexander's figure, $2,000. He is saying, but back to you over here.
That's almost 2 million, 1.8, 1.72 million. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. Baba Kure, so to that question, Otin Yomile ti pe gba ile yi o, once and for all ni o, ma Yomile no more. So that once and for all, go sort yourself out money.
Thank you very much for that question, right? Because I'm not going to be proud, right? Anyway, because I do a lot. I'm not rich, but I do a lot just to help people. Now, if like Ovie said, if it is in my village, which is about let's say about 80,000 population, well, like Ovie said, if you have 250,000 in that area, well, you can go to your farm and have your food and food from farm, which you are not going to buy, so you can really use that money. Now, if you come to state capital now, which is Akure, right?
Sorry, Baba Akure, in your village, will 250,000 be sufficient to give to that guy to say, okay, this is it now. I don't want to hear from you anymore. Take this and sort yourself out. 250,000.
That is the person that doesn't have family yet. So yes. If I must clear that.
No, in my village, even if you have a family, you can start a block industry with that kind of amount.
That is, I will say somebody that doesn't marry yet, because I have a person that has one kid. I gave 110,000. Somebody was telling me that was about early last year. Somebody was telling me that the guy is still roaming around right now. Just did nothing. That is not my business anyway.
No. But that business, it may be yours or not, but that is the space that I'm wanting to address, because we I'm not saying we here, but in general, people will give some money, which they feel is a lot of money, but might not be sufficient enough to really meet where that guy's need is. But they will satisfy themselves that look, I've given you.
These are able young men who pride themselves in business.
Yeah.
So they can utilize it. These are able men, though you don't underrate them. They will make good out of that money and appreciate that again.
Like the new person that you mentioned now, that okay, let's say my brother, my own brother, the same mother, the same father. If I really want to set them up, that, okay, don't trouble me again, because I have that plan in mind now, right? I will give nothing less than 2 million.
You see, I was thinking 1 million, 1.5.
Because that is my brother. I know that you cannot complain to me. I know that is sufficient.
That you will give that person the money, and they'll be too embarrassed to come to you in the future to say that.
So like the person that I gave 110,000 to is just a person. He asked for help. Okay, you want to buy something? Let me be like 70,000. And I say, okay, well, 70,000 will not be enough, and I make it to be 110. So you see the difference now. So, but my own brother, that is my brother, the same mother, the same father. I know I cannot. I will try. In fact, I will try my best. I put my head there, and I give him 2 million. Yeah,
you go and take it out of that credit card, and you will. You drink Gary.
You know everything. You know everything, man.
Yeah, no, we're all in the same. We all know how it goes. Let's take Alexander's figure, because Alexander, of course, a champagne drinker, unlike the rest of my people. Alexander's super chat. It says one man by their nature, an Igbo man with 1 million naira in his account as a start-up capital will turn that funds over 1,000 times over. So that is what he's saying, that the Igbo man's skill for trading, 1 million naira will be sufficient to set him up essentially for life. So that take this amount, don't trouble me ever again sort of money. 1 million naira is what Alexander is saying via super chat, but on the proviso that this is an Igbo man. A Yoruba man, of course, will use it to go and chase Rashida with the big bottom down the road. But Baba Akure, back to you.
You want me to address the same question?
No, you've addressed it. So sorry, let's go to Ola. Ola, so that same question.
I think there's a question you want to ask. I think there's a question you want to ask.
You will just get, I will have enough time to express myself, because when I said I was going to be controversial, I knew exactly what I was saying that time.
Oh, okay, carry on.
There is a reason why.
I'll come back to you by the way, Babakure. Sorry, but carry on, Ola. Yeah.
So there is a reason why some people are entrepreneur or business owner, why some people are employees. Different brains. What run business? The number one that run business, number one thing is brain. Your brain, the way you can articulate your business and how you can build your business model. The other part of thing that we now come into it is capital, based on the type of business. When Dangote will be investing in Nigeria, and we look at how to locate his business where he can generate power and feed that with his power. Level brother will tell you that, oh, the power situation in Nigeria is not okay. And if we get his excuses right, but if he had actually wanted to build his power generation and produce in Nigeria, he can do that. But he will find that excuse not to do that. Now, when we talk of 250,000, it's not. First of all, is the brain and the business model, then followed by finance. Now, if like for example, you don't want to start business now and you just need venture capital, and you say venture capital will give you 100,000 immediately. They won't. Most venture capital, before they can even give them the 100,000, they will think that okay, in the next 5 years you will be able to generate $1 million before they can even give you 100,000. Now, back to this our local thing. See, there is kind of ego we have in Nigeria, whereby we feel that a particular job is not befitting for us. That thing alone, waiting now, Ovi, that thing alone will create our sense of creativity. Most of us, we grew up where our parents were not even doing something that we even require 250,000 as a startup capital. So 250,000 to a regular person that is not an entrepreneur is small, it's nothing. That's why I was making different type of example the other time. Look at this. If you have electrician, someone that read electrical and electronic engineering, maybe NG, and the person now needed.
No, you are taking us into deep territories. We just wanted the figure.
I'm not put the reality on ground into your.
Wait now, make I talk now. If I don't talk now, you will say I see Baker or this is saying that it was nothing. I wish it can come online so that we can have dialogue and we talk about it. See, look at it this way. A graduate of electrical and electronics engineering that could not afford money to buy plier, buy some kind of tools, but he can do some kind of electrical wiring and all those stuff. You now give that person 250,000 and he can buy his tools to start doing electrical installations. You see, that you're setting up.
Did you hear the test case that I was asking you guys to speak to? Did you hear the test case?
What's the test case? I think
No. Yes, maybe you didn't hear. I was just saying off the back of that narrative that if any of us, if we were required to give somebody some money to set them up so that they don't bother you again, and I described that person as somebody that you've known for a long time, either you were their neighborhood bros or they are your cousin, a blood relative, or even a direct relative. So they've been bothering you, bros from abroad, sort me out. So what sort of money would you be sufficient enough to say, take this amount of money, a once and for all sort of amount of money to set yourself up so that you won't bother me again, and they feel too embarrassed to bother you again. So just within those parameters is really what
someone that know how to sew cloth, that's learning tailoring, for example. I can buy that person like 2 or 3 machines, and they cost me less than 100,000. So if he likes, let the person know how to sew or not. Someone that want to go wait
more than that. You cannot buy 3 machines without at least the machine you will buy right now, because we just bought one not quite 2 months now. You 60,000 naira per one. So
okay, Baba Akure, I don't need to tell you about price. I tell you about what I know anyway. Now, someone that want to become a shoemaker, for example, you can try to buy those tools for him. Let's even say 250,000. I can still buy him tools to set up this thing. Someone that want to set up barber's shop, I can still give that person 200,000 and set that barber shop. So there is a lot you can do with 200,000. But okay, if you want to start repairing phones,
don't narrow yourself to that 200,000, because we've moved on from there. We're talking about you now as an individual helping somebody out as just as a big impact on their life to turn their life around. So we're asking for So move away from that.
In most cases, I won't give you more than 100,000. If you come to
wow.
Yes.
Oh, come on, man, come on. Don't give them any. Don't. I hope you have not been doing that. Hold on, Ola. I hope you have not been doing that. Because that's almost an insult. You know. Come on.
I'm not okay. I'm not. How much is my words? What's my words?
And then say you can't do it, but don't embarrass people now. But I mean, come on.
So I won't come online. I won't come online. Come and fuck that duty. What's my words?
Just say what they can do. I mean, there's nothing wrong.
What's my words?
No, but somebody was saying about setting somebody up to fail. That's almost setting somebody up to. You know what that narrative. You know what the narrative of 100,000 naira is in Nigeria. 100,000 naira is okay. You're bothering me. Take this 100,000 naira. So that when that person comes back then 2-3 months later to be explaining the 100,000 naira, you will continue to point to that 100,000 naira. But that 100,000 naira is not really going to, it will insulate maybe for a month or 2, but it's not going to impact anybody's life in any significant way. So it's just a talking point. If you give somebody 100,000 naira, it's just to have something to throw back at them when they come to you again. That's mischief. That's mischievous. That's mischief.
I want to tell you one lie.
Come on now, Ola. Go into that Federal Reserve. You know that because you strike me as the sort of person that has two holes in their pocket where you unzip where the dollar is and put your hand in there. What is wrong with you? Are you an Ijebu man? Are you an Oshomalo? Is this Oshomalo behavior?
Let me tell you one lie. I've seen someone else saying 150 is for K. They are not giving you money to rent house. You'll be living before they give you money to start business. Forget about it. Use this money to start a business. Forget about your house rent or whatever. Business is what we are talking about.
I understand where you are coming. But when was the last time?
No, I will go with I will go with Alexander's super chat, because I think this is where I am. The super chat he sent earlier when he said even removing the Igbo man, but he said by nature Igbo men are good with money. I think $1 million in the hands of anybody, even if they are going to fritter away a bit of it, it will be sufficient enough for them to start something and hold on to it. But 100,000 naira is just, we are trying to start some sort of drama.
More than 60%.
Ijebu, where are you from? Where are you from? You're an Ijebu man, aren't you? Where are you from?
I've said it more than 5 times.
Of course. Oshomalo.
You see my agidi. Now, what I'm saying is this: more than 60% of startup failed, and they have several thousand to start. More than 60% of startup, share the statistics from the Bureau of Statistics from America, this thing, they will fail just because the business model itself is not sustainable. The business is for those people that can do it, not everybody. Entrepreneurship is not meant for everybody. If you give an Igbo man 10,000, that Igbo man.
Forget it. What is this myth and fable about Igbo people?
Not only Igbo people. Just because Igbo people is just a figure. It's not a figure.
It's a metaphor. It's a
metaphor. Because they are so
why I brought it up is that
now there's one lady. The lady finished geology from Ekiti State University. When this lady was looking for a job, could not get a job. Now my wife said, okay, what will you do now is that I will give you some money. You will start sewing duvet and you will start selling. Now you will sell it to people. And how much did my wife give to this person? 50,000 naira. Started selling duvet. Now over time my wife now let me land now. Over time I was supported that we were even looking for those people that want to sew clothes. All those are delayed here. We said, okay, you know what we will be doing is that go and be sourcing this thing, find tailor to sew it for you, and we help you market here. This lady was doing that, and we are helping. Don't let me use my wife is helping her to market here. Now look at that. See. Businesses is not about you just go and open shop and
okay.
Become a businessman.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ola. I want to go back to Baba Akure, but before I go back to Baba Akure, I wanted to. Is that Adale Koko? Before I go back to Baba Akure, I wanted to half agree with what you said. Now, not your figure of 100,000, which is just derisory, and I hope you are not doing that. Please don't do that. If you don't want to help them at all, tell them you don't want to help them. But don't insult them with
You want him to go and steal just to please people?
No, that's mischievous. That's a mischievous amount of money. It's like you want to make mischief. Okay. I partly agree with you. I would go with the figure of $1 million naira. If you just say you want to help somebody out, you help them out. But like you, I would probably stagger that and say, take this 300, 500k, go and start that thing and let me know how you're getting on. And then because you, like you said, entrepreneurship is a skilled process, and you have to be in it to really be in it. So then you support them. So your budget for them is $1 million, but then you stagger it to support them to succeed. So that would be an intervention from my point of view.
But you want him to go and steal just to please people?
No. I think it's just this is an Ijebu man now. This is an Ekiti man. This is Oshomalo behavior.
I mean, you don't want him to stop pleasing himself and his family just to please other people out there.
Sometimes we have to make. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices. Baba Akure, I hope you are not sending 100,000 to people.
What is that?
No, I said I hope you are not sending 100,000 to people and then telling them that I've changed your life.
Well, it depends on what you want. If you ask me that you want to do something, because like me, as I said earlier, last 2 weeks, somebody told me that I want to buy a grinding machine. Grinding machine. You want the grind pepper?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Carry on. Yeah.
So then I said, how much does she has? He said, okay, well, I have 30,000 and the machine is 80,000. I only need 50,000. Anything that you can help me with. Then what I did was that I sent her 70,000. So it remained 50,000, but I sent 70. So I know for sure that, okay, even if you don't even have that up to 30,000 now, you can add 10,000 with that to go and buy the grinding machine. That is it.
Yeah, but that was a specific request, was it not?
Exactly. But if like I said earlier, if it is my brother, I will find means of getting it.
No, of course. But Baba,
the reason is that I know for sure I'm still much better. My situation is much better. I may have debt. Okay, well, I have to pay this. I have to pay that. I know for sure that they will give me time to pay it off. So, but if you like back home, you have to go to Osumalo. When you go to Osumalo or Bomule Lanta, you know what they call that?
No, I just said that yesterday. Actually, where did I heard it from? Adino Milaye of all people. God.
They give you 50,000 naira, and then you have to pay at the end of the year. You have to pay, I think, 30,000 on that. So it will make 80,000. But here, if you have a loan or you use your credit card, you have 21 days to pay it back. If you can pay it back 21 days, they are not going to put interest on you. So this thing you can use to adjust yourself. So we have this opportunity for people back home do not have that opportunity. We are not saying that if you do not have a capability of doing it, you don't have to. But I'm not the person that is doing it. It is God Almighty that is doing it. Because I feel the pain that people are going through. That is just it.
Okay, thank you. I'm still going to take your opinion on all the sounding points, and I don't think we've addressed fully yet that Imo State space. But let's welcome Ajanle Koko to the narrative. Ajanle Koko, there's some feedback in your system. Can you hear it?
Okay, is it okay now?
Yeah. No, can you hear me? Can you hear me crackling through?
Yeah, I'm hearing you properly.
Okay, you've been following the narrative. So to that question, so just to the specificness of it, rather than going, yeah.
Okay, for somebody to start up, number one, I want to know if that person really have experience in the kind of business they want to venture into. If he doesn't have experience in that business,
no, the boys we are training, look at skills, tailoring, and all those normal skills that all this government normally set up for 6 months. So this is just a graduation gift, just like when you do tailoring, they'll give you go and start your own. So that's what it's for.
Okay, okay.
They know the trade already.
They know the trade already. Okay, that's fine. Yes. If they know the trade, then I will ask, how much do you need? And if you tell me the amount, let's say you tell me like 250,000. If I have the capacity to give him that 250,000, I will give it to him. If I don't have, I will say, okay, maybe we're going to break it up into two.
Ajalego. The government, the Imo State government give 250,000 naira to 15,000 Imo youth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was what we're talking about. 250,000 naira to 15,000 youth.
Okay, they already have skill in specific.
Skill, yes.
Well, I think it will go a long way in helping them to start up. Because we might look to us here, 250,000 might look like, okay, I think it's $500.
$600.
Like 600 or $600. You are going by official rate. If you want to go by black market, it's going to be by $500. Okay, it's a lot of money in Nigeria to somebody that have not handled such an amount, such a huge amount before. It's a lot of money. And if that person really knows specifically what he wants to put that money on to start off, that person can start off well and be successful on that trade. It's a lot of money. We here might look at
to rent
it.
To rent a shop is nothing less than 100,000 naira to start with. To rent a space.
Yes.
So out
Let
of
me tell you.
100,000.
Well, can you not share space?
It depends on the business.
That's another. Yeah, it depends on another business. But let me tell you, 250,000 in Nigerian space is a lot of money to start off. It's a lot of money for a person that is just starting. So if that person is really a serious person and he doesn't, dabble into another thing like womanizing and doing all sorts of nonsense and really focus on what he's doing, I'm telling you, in 1 year, 6 months to 1 year, that person
it will become a millionaire.
No, he will turn it over very well. But let me tell you one thing.
Look at Kende. He or she is in Nigeria and is mocking you. He says, "I'm be a billionaire, right?" And then he's doing laughing emojis.
That's where we got it wrong.
Okay, let me tell you. Let me give you a scenario. I got an uncle. He was telling me. I call him my uncle because he's more older than me here, and we are very, very close. He's over 70s, and he traveled home every year, and he helped a lot of people. And he was telling me a situation. He said, I have given money to some people, like 500,000, like close to $1 million, and they will just tell me, oh, this is the business I want to do. This is it. They will bring huge amount of figure, and they will just give them. Only for these people, anytime they come back home, they will still come back with another problem.
Does it monitor?
No, he didn't monitor. He just give them the money.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Huh?
That is the problem. You should monitor.
No, because he doesn't want to dabble into their business. They just
if he's handing over $500,000 naira, then he should be asking them to. You see.
Let me finish this scenario.
Okay.
Then he told me that most of these people that he gives huge amount, they will come back. He said, but there was one woman came and just asked for $50,000. I mean 50,000 naira. And he said he felt embarrassed that she was asking for 50,000 naira. It's like she looked on that woman as if, this one is a joker. When others are coming up with big money, they are requesting for big money. This one is requesting for less than 200,000. I mean $200 or $300. I mean $200. He said, but she looked at her and she give her like 70,000 naira. 70,000 naira. He said, but do you know that this woman, every time that he go back home, this woman will come out and tell him that, Daddy, I am doing good in this business. And this woman will bring him gift among all of them. And what is the business this woman is doing? Is doing ashegita. These people that sell firewood. That is the business she was doing, and she did very well. She turned it over and she improved better, and she was making money.
Ajanle Koko, that is exactly the point that Ola was making, that entrepreneurship is a skill in itself, and if the person doesn't have that entrepreneurial skill, then you can give them even 5 billion naira, and the next year they will come and knock on your door again. So I think you've just given the perfect example that illustrates the point that Ola was making earlier.
And that is why you see Alessandra praising Igbo, that when you give Igbo 1,000 or 500, if you turn it to million. You know why? Because those Igbo guys, they learn this trend, they stay with their boss, they learn it for several years, so they are perfect, they know the nitty-gritty of that business. So when they finally got, they graduated from their boss, or they were settled off by their boss, they become master of the business as well. So that's why they do well. So any business you want to dabble into, if you don't know the nitty-gritty of that business, you can never be successful in that business, because it is one thing to get into the business, it's another thing to know what the challenges that surround the challenges that surround that in running of that business. So if you don't know the challenges that surround the running of that business, you can never be successful in running that business. So that's the problem. So the money doesn't have to be too huge. It doesn't have to be millions. A little money. That
we were just mocking Ola now for 100,000 naira. But by we, I mean I. You know.
No, Ola is not. Ola is not. I mean, for the money that he said he will give, it's nothing bad. There's nothing bad in it. It's just to start off. Start something. Start from somewhere. As long as you know that business that you are dabbling into, you'll be successful. But if you don't know the challenges that surround this running of that business day to day, I mean, that 100,000 will wipe off within some weeks, because you are just doing trying and error. So, and you don't know where to put the money to, where you can generate return for you. So you'll just be doing trying and error, and before you know it, with all your running costs and everything, the money is gone. So 250,000 by the governor for every person is a good money. All
right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's go back to Baba Akure, because he's not yet had the chance to sample all the talking points. So if you mute yourself, Ajanle Koko, because we're getting some feedback from you. So I'll just give you the headlines, and then you can just go through them at will. Baba Akure, what we were talking about when we started off was the Niger Delta Avengers returning to the creeks, because they have now run out of the dollars that they collected from Yadua back in those days. So as Arik Dokubo, he dons his long johns and he carries his AK-47 again to the creeks with the boys. And then we were also talking about some ex-PDP senator accused of 3.6 billion naira NDDC contract scam, defects to APC. So this guy now, his name Nwaboshi. So he is a PDP guy. He was one of those ones caught up in that thing we saw at the House of Reps when they were all fainting when they were asking them questions. So he's moved on to APC, and as Oshiomhole said, the sins are forgiven. He was even welcomed by Buhari, who shook his hands and said, welcome to the party. And then a light-hearted storyline that we were looking at as well. Nigeria Senate President Ahmed Lawan marries Shawa Arab girl in secret wedding. So this penchant that the Nigerian elite, as they like to call themselves, have for marrying all these younger ladies, just so long as just as soon as they feel that the dollars is complete. And that's by way of a wedding gift. You may well have given your wife a nice gold wristwatch or something that you feel is sufficient. But this Senate President Lawan, gives newly wedded wife 100 million naira. So by way of a wedding gift, 100 million naira. And then we were speaking to the narrative of this Chidinma OJUKWU, the 300 level mass communication student from UNILAG, the sugar relationship with USIFO Ataga, a billionaire media mogul that led to the guy's death. But I think you've spoken to that space. And then we also spoke to the space of the governor of Katsina State, Masari, saying to the people essentially that it is not the duty of the police to protect them. So that headline, it is irresponsible for Nigerians to expect police and military to defend them from bandits. A headline attributed to Masari, Aminu Masari, Katsina State governor. So that was what we were going through before we got before we digressed to the how much is it sort of thing. But before you run your commentaries on all that, another champagne drinker emerges with a super chat. Al Efficiency is the name of this commentator, and I think it's from your neck of the woods because this looks like a Canadian contribution, Ababakure. So it says Ola seems to understand what entrepreneurship takes, and he has been trying to give a very realistic approach. So this guy patting you on the back, Ola, and I think he's slightly rebuking me as well for being mocking in my tone in your direction. So thank you, L Efficiency, for the super chat. But to you, Baba Akure, now your thoughts on the conversation.
Well, I will start with the Creek boys. So you have to remind me the way I'm going because you have a lot of topic here, right?
Oh yeah, carry on.
Okay, so
do you want me to give them to you and then you just comment, or you want to?
Yeah, I want to start with the Creek boy now, so then you.
The Creek boys, yes, yeah.
Anyway, Ovia is here now. His boys.
Yes.
Yeah. To be honest with you, if those who are agitating from a Creek area, from Delta area, if they are really serious, and they are not about the money, Nigeria will be on its knee. You see, you see what we are doing in Yoruba side is just child play to what those guys are doing. It is just child play to what they are doing. Even Igbo cannot Igbo, they cannot even withstand them with the type of ammunition those people have. They're even better than military. So, but you know, this is a time for elections, so they may want to cash in. Like Ovie always say that everything is politics to Ovie. So they may want to come out to get their own share anyway. But if they really have a good cause, I am telling you, if these people continue like that, Yoruba Nation, Creek Boys, and Biafra, well, maybe we may not even last on the end of the year. That is if they have a very good cause.
Well, I was just saying that a lot of these people that call themselves Niger Delta this and Niger Delta that, the last thing that they are is Niger Delta, because of course we know where their champion lives. He has been living there for 20-25 years in Cotonou. The Asarido Kubo, the leader of the Asarido Kubo, the leader of the Creek Freedom Fighters, is doing his Creek Freedom fighting for 25 in Cotonou. Yeah, and that one is in Dubai, is it not? And these are the freedom fighters.
So they make their money
and then when the money is running out, they'll throw the boys back into the creeks with the AK-47.
Maybe they have new leadership now that want to cash it too. So that could be. But as I said, if they really have a very good cause like Yoruba Nation and Biafra.
That's the problem they have in the creeks. They don't have leadership. They need a Sunday Igboho. So or maybe they need a Yoruba man to come and take charge of that space.
I think Nigeria will be on its knee in the next within 3 months. So that is for that. So then I'm going to go to the issue of I think you said the PDP member.
Yes, his name is Senator Nwaposhi. He was what I don't know if you recall that thing when the House of Reps was probing all these people, the NDDC people, about how they spent the money and all the corruption there, and that Pondei when he fainted. Remember that story? Yes. So he is part of that mix, and they are saying that remember that Akpabio during that interaction with the panel was saying that a lot of the contracts went to the people in the House of Representatives, and they were telling him to shut up. Remember that? So it's part of that mix. So he is now caught up in a 3.6 million naira scandal. And of course, as Oshiomhole said, all you need to do is to cross over to APC. So he has crossed over to APC now, and they've gone to present him to Buhari, who has shaken his hand and say, welcome to the party. And I'm saying that that is a signal to EFCC to say, hands off this one, because as Oshiomhole told us, come to APC and all your sins are forgiven.
Are you talking of 6 million or 6 billion?
No, 3.6 billion naira is what this guy looted.
Because if you said 6 million, I would just say that was just weekend money.
No.
so like you said, APC is even worse more than PDP. You get what I'm saying? They even corrupt. You see, that is where we find ourselves. And I always say this. It's going to be better, it's going to be better, it's going to be better. We've been hearing for a very long time. We thought Nigeria is going to be better under Buhari. Remember, we all believed that Jonathan was so corrupt. We thought that Jonathan was #1 most corrupt president in Nigeria. But we have another one now that even have more than PhD in corruption, Mr. Saints.
It's just the brazenness of it, Baba Kure. This guy, because we've seen it so many times, this guy is under investigation. He crosses over to the ruling party. They take him to the villa and he shakes hands with the president. Everybody knows what is going on there. Everybody, you know it, I know it, we all know it.
It is telling you that nothing is going to happen because they've already told you, once you join the club, your sin is forgiven. So nothing EFCC can do about it. Now you know last week the FCC guy was complaining that they are threatening him. Who knows? Maybe it's the same campus of those presidency, because he may want to do his own will.
You know, he is actually saying it's the guy in the defense ministry that is threatening him. That's what he said.
In defense ministry.
So it's within the party that is threatening him.
Who's control the defense? Is it not the same APC? So this is the level that we find ourselves. And I'm sorry, it's not going to get better.
No, okay.
Yeah, every single time. And remember, our politicians, if you are not corrupt, you have to steal money. It's just like cops. You have to steal money to be in that campus. If you don't steal money, you are not going to get certificates to enter into the party.
This is exactly it. It's a criteria. But just another example, this Ahmed Lawan marrying this young girl. But before you go there, let's all pause for a moment to celebrate Ovie, who is of course a year older today. So happy birthday to Ovie. So a real trooper is here on duty and not eating cake and sipping champagne off the butt cheeks of some young girl. This is who Ovie. Instead of we being here with all these bald-headed old men, this is where Ovie should be. This is where you should be. This is for you, Ovie. This is your birthday present. So that is where you should be. No, go get your cash up. But happy birthday to you. Look at that. Well done. The grind continues. Happy birthday, Ovie. But so another person that is celebrating, of course, the Senate president, who has gone and bagged himself, you know, some pretty young Arab girl, you know. You know that one of our just as an aside, one of our Fanikade's ex-wife was also an Egyptian, so he's just going through anything with a skirt and long legs. That one we just mobile. So
you've not heard about Shua Arabs before?
I've never, you know. But
you need to go that part of the country.
What is even an Arab doing in Nigeria?
Those are Kanuri people. Those are the real Kanuri.
I think our politicians are trying to sample girls from outside. Remember, Remember, the first person who started that, I think it was Alex Akinyele, who married to Yvonne in South Africa.
Oh, yeah.
That was the first person I knew to marry. So they are trying to sample guests from outside and see.
You know what I think they are trying to do? I think they are trying to have all these hybrid children, all these mixed blend children. And it really struck me. Remember when that Senator Yerima, when he went and married that very young Egyptian girl, and everybody was angry. You know, so that's where I started to realize that these people, they are just marrying for the color of the skin of the children that they are going to have.
There is no doubt about that. As we are talking about politicians, like what you just said now, we see in Ghana, people are using drug to bleach the color of their baby so that they can turn to light skin. So now that is inferiority complex.
Yes.
So we think our color is inferior. Meanwhile, some people here, they even want to be like us. Meanwhile,
can I just tell you? Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Can I just tell you a theory? Because I think we're just digressing. I'm giving up on today's. Who is Ajanle Koko session? Ajanle Koko, you need to sort out your system because it's just doing this hushing thing. We are just meandering all over the place today, so I'm surrendering this session to us just having fun. But that space that you are about people bleaching their skin, there's a theory to that. This preference that some people have for the lighter skin. So there's a theory to that, and it has to do with slavery and all of that sort of stuff. So in those slave plantations, you know, of course, the slave owners, they used to act as will with the slaves. So they'll have children with the slaves, and then when they have children with the slaves, those children, they will either have those slaves working as maids and nannies or cooks within the thing, so that they are closer to the biological father, etc. So the lighter your skin is, the closer you are to the manor house, and the darker your skin is, the further you are to the field. So the dark ones are in the plantation, and the lighter your skin is, the closer you are to the big house. So that is where that trajectory of that preference for the lighter skin came through.
I would like to correct you in one aspect, right?
Yeah, carry on.
This platform is for us to learn, and what we are saying, we may a little bit deviate from the point, but we are learning in everything that we discuss. Like what you just said, that is true. That was what happened during slave trade and stuff like that. The more the lighter your skin, that is the more you will close to the
big house. The big house, yes.
Why those who are black will be far
in the field, they are in the cotton fields, yeah.
And the same thing is still happening today.
Yeah, but that is what birthed this thing that people have for light skins, yeah.
Exactly. So I posted something to you, some documentary to you on Instagram.
Yeah.
There's a lady from Ghana, Dr. If you check your inbox, you will see it. I posted it last week.
Okay.
She details everything. So now she did mention that he cannot even get a contract in his own country. But as soon as one white man just beside her, he will get the contract. So you see what we are talking about now. So let's go back to the issue of Lawan now. As I said earlier, that is how all our politicians behave. They are just trying to cash in, as they want to make as much as they can before they leave power. You will not be surprised how many vehicles that he is going to get on maybe on his wedding day or whatever it's going to be.
Well, I don't know how many vehicles he's going to get, but I can tell you what the bride got. This headline, Baba Akure, exclusive, Senate President Lawan gifts newly wedded wife 100 million naira. So just as a go and use this for shopping. Thank you for marrying me. 100 million naira. And this is a man on a salary, but of course, you know, the Nigerian system.
And this is the person that came on national television that Nigeria is a poor country, that we are not rich. But
go on.
He said that.
No, you see this headline that I just read you. That is the following. Actually, what you're saying. Let me just give you a bit of it. Senate President Lawan gives newly wedded wife 100 million as National Assembly building deteriorates. So let me give you 2 paragraphs of that because it's exactly what you have just said. It says, despite claiming Nigeria is broke and should keep borrowing to fund critical infrastructures, the President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, has splashed over 100 million naira on his new wife, Zainab Al-Goni Abdul Wahid. So exactly what you have just said is what our Sahara report.
There's another point I want to bring out there, right? When you say to us that Nigeria is a poor country and we are broke, now you are still cashing the same salary every single month. All of you still cashing the same salary every single month, even despite the fact that we are broke, we don't have money, but every single time the same salary that you are getting. So if you know, I said it on this platform, I think about 2 days ago. These people, it is what the country can do for them, not what they can do for the country. Because if it is what you want to do for the country, Nigeria is broke. Okay, what you should have done, all of you sit down and you say, okay, well, I think we have to reduce our salary. So let's just cut our salary to be 75%, and let's give back 25% back to the country.
But Baba, in that space where you are, what the country can do for you and what the country and what you should be able to do for the country. So in that space of expectations, to this narrative, this is from Katsina State, it is irresponsible for Nigerians to expect police, military to defend them from bandits. The governor of Katsina State, let me just give you a couple paragraphs just so you see what this clown is saying. Katsina State Governor Aminu Masari has said that it is irresponsible for citizens to expect the police or military to protect them against bandits, charging Nigerians to take security of their life and properties into their own hands. Mr. Masari made this statement at the inauguration of Katsina Security Operations and Communications Control Center at Katsina Police Headquarters on Friday. The governor said security is the responsibility of citizens and citizens should not depend on calling police to rescue them from or defend their homestead against bandits. Security is our responsibility, the governor said. Why are we surrendering our responsibility to some people? I cannot see how more committed a police officer or military officer can be more than any one of you, Mr. Masari said. Why should I sit in my village and be only making telephone calls without doing nothing? Every bandit, every criminal has an address, has a location, and they are human beings like us. Though the governor admitted that bandits are armed whilst citizens are not, he further said that it is ridiculous for citizens to vacate their farms and villages out of fear of bandits. The only difference is that they have arms against us. Does it mean we have nothing against them? Do we mean we should vacate our villages, all our farms, all our houses, and surrender them to bandits and wait for police officer Emeka all the way from Enugu to come to Katsina and rescue me? This is ridiculous, Mr. Masari said. It is ridiculous, but what is the ridicule of it? Baba Akure, are you hearing what I'm hearing?
I hear you perfectly. It is very, very ridiculous. Because,
unbelievable.
Because the primary duty of the government is your life and property of every single citizen. So now, when we're talking about restructuring, Bubu said the issue of restructuring doesn't exist in his dictionary. So how are we going to secure ourselves when, like he said, there's some good points in what he said, but he is contradicting the issue. When we're talking about restructuring, you said you don't know anything about restructuring. Then you're talking now that, okay, well, how can somebody from Enugu come and defend somebody in Abuja? So why don't you restructure and let each state have their own policy based on what you saying? state now. Let everybody have their police, then they can police their own community. So you know, when they don't feel what we feel, that is what they always say. When they sit down in their comfort zone, they say anything just come out of their mouth. Because remember, the same person that is talking about now, he has couple police officer, couple military that's guiding him. Meanwhile,
there are just too many things wrong with that statement.
I think he's speaking as a PDP man, so that is a political statement. He just wants to bring attention to the security again. A PDP guy.
But is Babangida's own governor now? That is his own home state.
Are you not talking about Masari?
Yes, it's the governor of Katsina State. Yes, so that is Babangida's governor. Is his own home governor now?
Which Babangida?
Not Babangida, Buhari rather. Sorry, not Babangida. Yeah. So does that not come into? Yeah.
Masari is a PDP guy. He's a PDP governor.
Well, he's a ridiculous man. Is what he really is, because he said
you understand that the noise about the security is going down, so he's trying
to highlight it, to undermine Buhari. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All na politics.
What he said now, remember that what he said now is in line with all what everybody has been saying. The governor of Kaduna State mentioned the same thing. Even the first person that mentioned that was the Minister of Defense.
Danjuma.
Exactly. He was the first person to say that.
I think everybody has said that. Otoma said it. Kaduna said it. Masari has said it. Igboho has said it. Akintoye has said it. Nnamdi Kanu has said it. Everybody said.
Exactly.
So, and this guy is now telling us that you cannot expect Officer Emeka to come to Katsina to come and protect your life. But what really irritated me is that he's saying that it is irresponsible for people to expect the police and the army to protect them. So what is it changing their job description? What is their job?
What he's telling you is that you should go to some babalawo and go and
this is it. This is it.
Your body will turn to bulletproof.
This is it.
I think what he's saying,
as a J and everything.
I think what he's saying is actually saying, come. It's true. We shouldn't be waiting for these people anymore. They can't defend.
Exactly.
So he's telling us
you know that what he's actually asking for is a criminal act, because it's asking you to resort to self-help, and then when you resort to self-help, they will say don't take the law into your own hands. So where are we? This nonsense that we call it.
I think they undermine. I don't think they undermine us.
We're in a mob society.
No, it's just.
We are not acting with the citizen.
But let's just.
Maybe we are not there yet, but they not push on.
We'll never get there. Is the question. You know.
Again, the Niger Delta narrative. They have a reason why they put out their communique now. They are giving the Akpabio and the government to constitute the Niger Delta board before the end of June. I think that's what they are getting. And again, it's not Tokumbo that they are leader. They have a leader now, and it's a woman. The first time a militant have a leadership as a woman.
Yes.
Brigadier General. As a queen of the
democracy democracy and equal opportunity amongst criminals, honor among thieves.
How are we sure that lady is not going to cash in too?
What do you mean? Of course she's going to cash in. What do you think she's doing?
She's not just a novice, so she has been a counter-intelligence officer.
Yeah, but is she going to cash in?
You're talking about the Queen of the Creek? No.
Is she going to cash in?
She's going to represent.
She's not going to cash in. She's not going to buy land next to Asari in Kutonu.
Listen now, even American
look at that.
Has never produced a major general as a woman. Major
general of armed robbers.
So forget that guy. We don't know how babe Nigeria one leader now.
There you go. But is it? You see, you give me this opportunity to do this again. Is that your leader? Is she like this? Is she like this? So that is my clip of the day. So you have to solve.
That's $1 billion side chick.
This is $1 billion. You know there are certain category. You see, they say you have to find your level in.
I saw another headline. There are a group of women who are fasting and praying to make sure that the young girl have a fair sentence.
You see, they say pretty girls always have an easier ride through life. This is what they say. They say pretty. If there was some ugly middle-aged woman, they would have stoned her to death even before they, But pretty young girl, she will walk away eventually. She will get away.
Who released that video? Who released that clip?
What, this clip?
Yes.
The one I'm playing. When her name comes out now, everybody that has clip on her will be putting it everywhere. The one that she's smoking Igbo, the one that she's doing fine boy with the guy. So I have so many clips of her. I'm just joking around with this one. This is her and the guy smoking Igbo in some joint. So this is CCTV capturing them. If you see the two figures, those are the two. When the going was good. So
that's why I said yes.
But this is my favorite one because
this is not their first time. At least there's inner carcass that about from the girl side and from the guy side. Somebody must have known a little bit more than what we know. So people need to come. I think as time goes on, I think an investigation continues. Unless I'm not sure we are going to hear the true.
It will never come to anything. Remember Evans, the kidnapper that they caught over 10 years ago. Nothing happened.
I think, like Obie said, if nobody comes out to at least that can say something about what happened, is either the girl walk away, or he just got or she just get a light sentence. Maybe within 2 years he got out.
Because we send her go another country. I think that's what we're having.
Exactly.
But at 21, it's just such a pity, But then at 21 again, she'll still have time to rebuild her life. But thank you, Baba Kure. Let's take Ajanle Koko's opinion. Ajanle Koko, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, that's better. You sorted out the gremlins in the works. Do you want me to run through the headlines again, or were you paying attention when I was going through them with Baba Kure?
Oh, you can run it through again.
Okay, I'll just give you the headlines. We were talking about the Niger Delta Avengers returning to the creeks. So I was joking but half serious that they've run out of dollars. So they're going to sweat the Nigerian petroleum pipe again so that they can collect their own share of the national cake. Ex-PDP Senator Nwaboshi in a 3.6 million naira scandal crosses over from PDP to APC, and as Oshiomhole assures, all sins are forgiven. Nigerian Senate President Ahmed Lawan, he is going to that cradle snatching space, following the example of Ned Nwoko, Femi Fani-Kayode, and the rest of them. So he's now going to snatch the cradles. This time in Arab lands, he's going to marry some little Shawa Arab girl or Shuwa Arab girl, however it's pronounced, and by way of insulating her, gives her 100 million naira as just thank you for marrying me. So that video clip that you saw of that young lady is the narrative. This is actually what is trending in the Nigerian space at the moment. So this 300 level Unilag mass communications student, very pretty girl, you saw the clip. Her name is Chidinma Adaora OJUKWU, Chidinma Adaora OJUKWU. She's a 300 level mass communication student at Unilag. She's involved in a sugar relationship with Mr. USIFO Ataga, who is a billionaire media mogul. He's a 50-year-old man, she's 21, so a sugar relationship, no doubt. But then, of course, that TriStar is now come out at the other end as a murder case. This girl ended up stabbing this guy to death whilst they were engrossed in some drug and drinks fueled liaison in some Airbnb somewhere on the island. So this girl's narrative now, that sugar relationship and how it has tragically ended. And then to the space of Katsina State Governor asking people to resort to self-help. So those are the things we're talking about. So we take your comment on that, and then we'll start to round off. So Ajale Koko, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me start with the governor of Katsina State.
Yes.
It's unfortunate that an executive governor can come out with such statement. What that shows is that that state is in a state of anarchy, where respect for law, or where rule of law cannot prevail. So everybody do whatever you can, and have your way. That is the way I view it, because the primary responsibility of every government, number one, is to secure the life and property of the space that you govern. You understand? So if government fail in that area, I don't know how that government can govern well. And that is what is telling people, look, we have failed on security. We cannot guarantee your security. So defend yourself. And that means that anything can happen to anybody at any time. And government cannot protect you. Your security is not guaranteed. That is what that means, and that is unfortunate. That and that is that is the situation in Nigeria all over now. Except we want to deceive ourselves. The security of life and property is not guaranteed in Nigeria.
But relate that then to the saying that you should not take the law into your own hands. So where do you just surrender to be butchered now? Is that what is the directive? What is the what should people do?
You see,
you can't take the law into your own hands. The governor is telling you that the police and army are not there to protect you, and the bandits are weighing down upon you. So what do you do?
It's only in Nigeria that you see that kind of hypocrisy from the government. Governments are too, everything, they will say one thing and they will contradict themselves by doing another thing. So that is, that kind of hypocrisy is what ever seen in any other part of the world, not only in Nigeria. They tell you you cannot take law into your hand, and they tell you that defend yourself. So what are you going to do? So that's anarchy. There is anarchy in that state. That is what that simply means. So, and it's unfortunate that, but those criminals, I always call them criminals. Those criminal bastards, they have security around them.
Be careful, Bia will come now and flog you, so just be careful. Bia is the language inspector now, so will come and kick your head in.
I don't think Bia will
be offended by that. I know. I'm only joking. I'm trying to tease her to come on board. I know she's listening, but I carry on.
As long as I don't say that against OJUKWU, if I say that against OJUKWU, that is when I will get into
kung fu fighting
trouble. So I'm not going to say that. I will respect Bia. But to do that, and we have to respect her.
Okay.
She's just one of the few women we have among us.
Yes, so that's what the engineer was saying. But sorry, back to the Katsina governor with this double talk. Don't take the law into your hands. Defend yourself.
That criminal have security around him, around his house or houses, around his family, 24 hours. But he cannot guarantee security for the people that hired him to do the job. Nigeria is a failed state, man. I don't know. Ovie we keep saying, you can hear one of your people saying that they cannot guarantee the security of life and property. Ovie, can you hear that now? So it's a failed state completely. And I mean, it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in that kind of situation, and that is the way it is all over. It's a nation where if anything happened to you, and that's it, nothing going to come out of it. They can't carry out a functional investigation that will detect anything or that will reveal that, oh, these are the people. Once you are killed, you are just killed for fun. That's it. So let's forget about that man.
I'm surprised that they are letting you get away with saying Nigeria is a failed state.
Yeah, it's a failed state. They are just
even the one Nigerians have escaped. No thought.
That will take me to the Avenger boys. You see, if just like Baba Kira said earlier, if those boys are serious in what they just embark upon, if they are really serious, like Yoruba, these agitators for Odua Nation and Biafra, that is the end of Nigeria. I
really do agree.
Serious and really committed. That is the end of Nigeria.
Ajale Koko, hold on. You see what you're saying is exactly what I agree with as well. There's nobody that can affect anything within the Nigerian space more than the people in the creeks, because that is where if they shut the creeks down, then the country shuts down.
That's it.
General Tui, as Queen of the Creek, is in command, is in charge. She said, "That odd babe, don't worry, we are in charge." I'm not disagreeing with the Ajale because he's right. People don't have to be saying that. I can't argue with that.
Look at that. I was expecting you to disagree with him, because I was ready for you. Look, this is why I wanted to bring you in.
Ajale hasn't said anything that
you are letting the side down.
So if those boys are really serious, like Baba Akure said, if they are really serious and determined, as Yoruba for Nation,
that was for you,
as Yoruba for Nation agitators are determined, and Biafra for a Biafra Nation agitators are determined, Nigeria will be dead in 6 months. Because once that oil,
even if you remove, if you remove the hold on, Ajale Koko, if you remove the Biafra and just tell them to shut up, and if you remove the Odudua and just tell them to shut up, and if the Niger Deltans say that they are going to shut down that country, they will shut it down within 4 weeks. 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
Easy. Get to that point.
But then when they give them dollar and they go and buy a house in Cotonou. But I carry on, Ajale Koko.
What they are asking for is easy to do.
But if they are not serious and if they are doing this just to make money, they are just will further mortgage their future and the future of their children and children to come, because already they are the most suffering people in Nigeria. If we really want to look at what they contribute.
You mean the North?
No, I'm talking about the Niger Delta.
Oh yeah, no. How do you mean they are the most suffering? They are okay. They are not fantastic, but they are okay.
They are not
but I think they are okay.
They are not
No. Relative to the Nigerian narrative, go to the North. There's abject poverty there. Do you know what is going on in the North?
Have you been to Warri?
Yeah, it's the land of milk and honey. What do you mean Port Harcourt? Port Harcourt is mini London. What are you talking about?
No, man.
Which London? It's all garbage over there. They have nothing to show for everything that they have got from the proceeds of oil that they are giving them. The 15% that Obasanjo increased from 5% derivation to 15% to them. Go and look at their corruption have killed them. They have nothing to show for it that in terms of development that they put in place by themselves. They are the most suffering. Go to the interior and look at their people. I see some of their people. They show their villages on TV. You'll be mad when you see.
But do you think? Hold on. Ajale Koko, do you think the emancipation of the Niger Delta is ever going to come from a group that calls itself Niger Delta Avengers, because we know the antecedents of these people, Tombowol or something, Tambolo. We know he lives in Dubai in a multi-million dollar mansion. Asarido Kubo lives in Cotonou. He lives in a whole, So we know they just they don't care one jot about the Niger Delta. They are just going to throw some unfortunate boys in the creeks with weapons, and then they'll go to Abuja to collect dollars. This is just
point of correction is Alhaji.
Alhaji, the Mujahideen. Asarido Kubo, look at that. Put respect on his name.
Alias Queen of the Creek.
Okay, listen. You know I've been itching to play this, so let me just play it. Put respect on that name.
Oh yeah. Stand up now, make I give him boy take him out.
What's that?
I say I won't stand up, pay my
no, you are used to it now. You are an athlete. You hear it all the time. That is for you, okay. But back to your Janle Koko. Let's go to. We've been to the Niger Delta, so let's go to this. The party politics with this PDP Senator Nwoboshi crossing over from PDP to APC, having stolen 3.6 million naira from the NDDC. Buhari, of course, shakes his hands and says welcome to the party. But then, as Oshiomhole had already told us, join the APC and all sins are forgiven. So 3.6 million naira, the walkaway price to cross over. So, Ajale Koko.
That has been the culture since APC came to power. I don't want to be biased. Don't let me mention APC, and some people will say, "Oh, GDP did the same." Well, let me say, politicians, they will always look for a way to protect themselves, and they can move from one place to another. That is why you will see them moving from one party to wherever the pendulum swing, the power, wherever they know there is power, they will go there for protection. So it's the culture, and it's unfortunate that it's like that. Just like you said, what's the name of that former governor? You mentioned his name. Of Edo State.
Oshiomhole.
Oshiomhole. That once you come to APC, you are protected. Yeah, it's I call that party Alliance Peoples for Corruption. So once you align with them and they are in power, they will protect you. That is what Oshiomhole have said that, and that is
that is what we see. Yeah, that is what we see played out.
All of them that have crossed to that party, nothing has happened to them. Nothing has happened to them. So.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So to the space, I'm not sure if you've been following this story, but it's the hot topic within the Nigerian space. These are Chidinma Adaura OJUKWU, a 300 level mass comm student, as I said, who did away with this sugar daddy. So she's 21, this girl, but this guy, the Super TV CEO, Mr. USIFO Ataga, she stabbed him to death in Lekki, been in a relationship with him for about 5 months. But then, of course, she said they were completely subsumed by drug and alcohol, and he was trying to take her forcefully. So that sugar relationship, I'm not sure if you are following that narrative. Are you following that?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that
just to show you, this is the girl, because they told us that there's been reports from our school that the girl was some sweet little innocent girl that didn't talk much. She didn't make friends in school, and they just thought she was a shy, retiring type. Yes, but outside of school, this is who she is. So in school, she's this shy, retiring girl that doesn't talk and doesn't make friends. But outside of school, let me show you who she is outside of school. This innocent 21-year-old girl. This is her.
Look at how she walk.
That is the gift you gave for his birthday, right?
So there you are. That's the suspect. What is your sorry? Baba Akure was already laughing because he knows that I will not miss an opportunity to. So that's the suspect. What is your verdict, Ajale Koko?
Well, for somebody that is 21 years and she's participating in that kind of dirty business. I mean, that's like how do you call it? What do they call them here? They call them
slay queens.
Try to remind me what name do they call strippers, or what do they call them?
Escorts.
What do they call them?
You call them
strippers. I think she looked like a stripper to me. That somebody that want to dance and they will just start spraying her body with.
But you could not. But Ajale Koko, you could not contain the excitement in your voice when we had you shout out. Look at this. Look at that.
I'm a woman being now.
This is it.
It's like you threw bomb on my face.
But they no be wood.
But for 21 years, 21 years old lady to engage in this kind of dirty business, that means that lady is I mean, she's a corrupt lady in terms of morality. She's her level of immorality is very bad, and so people like that, when you have them as your girlfriend, they can do and undo. You never can tell how they will behave or react. That is the nature of them. They can serve, they can keep, they can when they are in the midst of people or where they know they have to act right, they will act right. But when they are in their world of nasty business, man, they are very, very dangerous. So one thing is that we don't want to I don't want to crucify her because we don't know what actually happened between her and that guy. But
her narrative is that they were they had been drinking heavily and smoking heavily, and by smoking, of course, I'm not talking about actually I'll just let me, this is what she was talking about. So this is her again in another incarnation. So they were drinking heavily and smoking heavily. You can see her in another So that's the character. And then she said the guy then they were in a relationship 3-5 months. So she said the guy then took her forcefully against her will, and she let it go. And then he wanted to take her again against her will, but then they were already in the high state of drink and smoking whatever she was smoking in that clip. And then of course a fight ensued. She reached for a knife, and that was the end of the guy. But I'm saying really it's the end of two lives, because she's 21 now and she's caught up in this thing. So the future, at least we can reasonably speculate on the next 15-20 years for her. So 21 should be what, early 40s if she ever gets out of it.
What does she mean by forcefully? Somebody you follow to somebody that is spending money?
Well, no means no. No means no. She said she wasn't in the mood, and then but then it went. Yeah.
Can I chip in something, please?
I don't understand, but she need to face the music for what she did, because I believe that man is nice to her. whether we like it or not.
You know, there was a follow-on as well, because you see that story leads to like a crime of passion, etc., the way she's described it. But then what happens subsequently changes the narrative almost somewhat. She then went on to take this guy's ATM card and then went on a jolly. You know, so it's not, if you're saying she made a mistake and then you thinking that, oh, you've done this to somebody and then you're in panic and then your head is all over the place. But she took his ATM card and then she went on a spree, just taking out money from his account. So this
that is who they are. Like I was saying earlier, when you see young girls doing this kind of, they play innocent when they are in the midst of good people, but when they're in their world, they are criminal. And you can never predict what they can do. So that criminal minded nature in her can drive her to act crazy anytime. And that is what she did to that guy at that party. The thing just came up and boom, she just snapped. And
this is where the story started, Ajanle Koko. This is how it started. This is where no, sorry, not this. No, forget that. Forget that. That wasn't the one. Sorry, there was another clip that I thought I had when the guy first met her, but just a sad story all round, because her life, maybe not physically, but to all intents and purposes, her life is over off the back of this, and then of course his life has been ended, and all off the back of just some nonsense. So that's just a sad story.
She need to face the full wrath of the law, because no matter how you have to look at it, she has killed the father of some children. She has killed the brother of some people. She has killed the husband of a woman somewhere. So even
more importantly, a breadwinner, a billionaire. You know that not that anybody deserves to die, but you know,
a billionaire, a man that she cannot say that man is not nice to her. I believe that man would have been showering money on her, doing everything for her, but still she went and killed him, and that is the criminal evil in her that snap that make her do it, and that is the way they do it. That is everywhere, even in here.
Can I chip in something, please?
We cannot absolve that man entirely, though, because he speaks to that space of that sugar relationship. The man was a 50-year-old man. She's 21. So of course, you say who should know better? They're both adults. This is what they were engaged in, which is a. But let's engineer come in, and then you come back, Jande Koko. So engineer.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry to interrupt.
No, carry on. I think when you saw this, you had to speak, didn't you? When you saw this,
I've been seeing many of these kind of things, to be honest.
Yes.
And, if you look at it, right, this guy is senior this girl twice, right?
Yes.
You have a faithful wife. You have a lovely kid. Your wife is busy there, working hard as well as a manager. You understand? So
where are you placing the blame and why, engineer?
Okay, I place the blame to the man.
Yes.
Well, the girl, she killed a human. That's it.
Yes.
Because one, think about it. This man is a responsible man. Today, the wife. Let's be honest to ourselves. This wife will be sitting at home, thinking, my husband has gone to work, or he traveled for a business trip. You know what I mean? So she will be telling her kids, Daddy travel for a business trip. Daddy travel for this, Daddy travel for that. But come on, I completely disagree with what the girl did. But if we should have go after like 30-something years or 40 years, come on, that's a bit.
Is it the age that jars your senses a bit? Because, like you said, even twice you still get change. You still get 8 years change if it's twice her age. Even
let me remind you guys this. There was a Nigerian man who imported a girl in a hotel, and he took let me say this in Hausa, he took Burantashi medication, and what happened to him? That medication killed him.
Kill and go.
Yeah, that medication killed him. So from there, people should learn. Come on, don't be abusing young kids. This is an abuse, regardless of anything.
You know, I partly agree with you, even though the girl is an adult. You know, if they said the girl was 24, I might not agree as much. But then when you think 21 is just, what, a few years from a teenager, you know.
We all live abroad. We see the level.
And then the man is 50. You know, not a man in his 30s. The man is 50.
Now you left your wife with two different kind of mindset. She'll be upset that the kids lost their dad, and she'll be disappointed that this is the kind of thing. If the kids
and then she'll have to face public opprobrium as well, because of course you are dead. Yeah.
It's a good woman. Let's be honest at times. If the girl is about 30 upwards, fair enough, then she will face the consequences. But this girl is 21. This man is 50. 50. He double her age.
What do you think should happen to the girl?
Well, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know much about the law in Nigeria. What she will do is, I think she will face maybe life imprisonment, or they'll give.
Engineer, you know that 21 is an adult in Nigeria.
Yeah, no, we know. We are not disputing that, but it's just
the girl that man took to hotel, that he took medication and he died. How old do you think she is? She's about 17 or so.
And now that man is at fault. That one is at fault. You can blame that, because that one is messing with a minor. But 21 years old,
Let's keep minor aside.
Let's follow
keep minor aside. That girl should be his daughter by right.
Yeah, that's fine, but that girl is a crew.
But that is the whole essence also. It's a murky space, but that is
a crew.
It's the whole essence of
we know she's a crew. Look at Ajale Koko. Ovia is 30 plus. I'm 30 plus. It's something that our younger brothers should be handling those kind of girls. Let's be honest.
That is the nature of the sugar. Hold on, Ajale Koko.
But she have to face the full wrath of the law, because she's an adult and she killed somebody.
Let's hear from Baba Kure, but that is the nature of the sugar relationship, though. When they're saying somebody has a sugar daddy or a sugar mommy, that is exact. This is the nature of it. But Baba Kure, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. So if we are talking about the law that will guide this thing, right? 21 year, the lady is 20. The guy is 21 years old, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, 21 years old is adults. So they are going to try her like adults. It doesn't really matter if the man is 100 years old or 110 years old.
I think it's the morality of it that, and it's the morality of it that engineer is speaking to. That it's just too.
I understand. I know it is twice of her age, but when, like Ajale Koko said, they are going to try her like she's an adult. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, from 18 years you are an adult.
However, you said it's not an adult.
No, he agrees.
From 18 years you are adult.
Okay, now you will be so surprised that this lady may eventually get away with murder, because the only thing they can do is to, if Nigeria really carry out investigation, to do the autopsy and see the reason why the man what transfer, maybe there's some drugs in the bloodstream of that man, and they look at the CCTV camera, right? So maybe if they put all that together, maybe they can have a very good case. Because if it is involved issue of two of them drinking and stuff like that, I'm telling you, if the guy didn't get away, maybe they will just give her maybe like 2 years sentence and done. That is it.
And the justice for pretty girls are always different as well. So we'll probably start to round off here, because we've meandered through it wasn't like a heavy story session, But really, the essence of it is just really for us to hang out as boys and just discuss what has been in the news. And it has been fun. It's always fun, of course, hanging out with you guys and everybody else in the on the stream as well. So if you are on the stream, then from 10 o'clock onwards, around about between 10 and 10:30 we come on. So subscribe and press the bell notification. Then you can be part of the conversation. You can come on stream as the people that you're seeing on your screen now, or you can just listen in the background and make your comments in the comment section. We go there as well to acknowledge it. So we'll be seeking to round off. We'll go first to Engineer, who has been busy all the way through, but of course he has been listening. Engineer, good to see you hard at work.
Thank you very much. I just came back.
Oh, sorry, not you, Engineer. I do beg your pardon. Prof, I'll leave you to last because so you can round off for us if you have. Yeah, Prof, you give us your final comments. Then we'll take the last comment from Engineer.
Okay, hello. I think we just one day.
No, let me come back to you. Let me. Okay.
Hello. Yeah,
no, go on.
Comments for today is simple. I'm going to speak on that of Imo State. These people, did they think you know that song they were singing? Let me sing it in my language and I'll tell you what it means. Ndi mo ebezina na lat nabia. Ndi mo ebezina na lat nabia. Ndi mo ebezina na lat nabia. Do you know what that thing means? Imo people, stop crying that alert is coming. These people have forgotten. These people have forgotten. This same Uzodinma brought army to kill them. My words to them is, see, 250,000 can do something, though, but it does not. It's not what you should take at the expense of what this cruel man has done to you. No. They should. See, I thank God for reading that video because I really cried. What is going on?
We can see your passion, but we cannot hear it. Prof, we can see your passion, but we cannot hear it because you are cracking up. Ooh. But from your dancing, we see that you are vexed.
My expression speaks
exactly. But carry on, you're better now. It's better now. All right, thank you, Prof. Always a pleasure. Go on.
Okay.
Go on. Round off your words. Yeah.
The main thing I want to say today. That's the main thing. There's nothing else I'm to say. The Imo people should not. They behave too stupidly. They should just because of 250,000 naira. They are forgetting the evil this man has done. They are forgetting this man is the Supreme Court governor. He wasn't meant to be there. Somebody that was fought in election. They put him there and throughout Ihediora. Are they stupid?
All right. Thank you, Prof. Good to spend the day with you. Actually, we spent the day with you because we just see life happening in the background as you listen. So I imagine that this is how people actually interact with the sessions because Engineer has been here all the way. I keep calling him Prof. Has been here all the way through, but he's just in the background carrying on with this day, which is essentially how a lot of people interact with the session. A lot of people don't actually watch it. It's just like, how you have the radio on. This is how some people interact with these sessions, or even when they listen back. So it's just interesting to see how people engage with us. Hopefully you are subscribed like Professor Data O, who has been following us all the way through. So we go to, let's go to Ovie, but before we go to, let's herald Ovie in properly, because Ovie, of course, a very important day in Ovie's life today, ladies and gentlemen. So let's bring Ovie in properly. So Ovie, a very important day in your life.
Happy birthday.
So happy birthday, Ovie. So your words.
Today, what we talked about today, they are not news to me because even though they are serious in terms of the man in Katsina, saying that we should, the citizens should defend themselves, pretty much. That's a serious case, but it's just that it's something. It's more or less like a song now. We hear it over and over and over again.
So then the Chidinma of a girl, as I said, I mean, it's too early to call that she's guilty or she's not, because if you look at it critically, how can you again, if it's if she's if you are if it's if they put it as if she's trying to defend herself, if you are trying to defend yourself and now see somebody that somebody is the person is dead, you just quietly carry his card, go withdraw money, and just keep quiet. You know, that's some premeditated. But again, if it is premeditated, why? And how many people are involved? So there's so many questions to ask, because in the story she narrated, with the high, she's trying to force himself on me and all that. And, you know, that's just Nollywood poor production. That is, I know, you know how to.
Yeah, no. What finished her was taking that ATM card.
So I think they prepared her for that or something. I'm not saying the man is so I don't know. It's just there's too much point that I'm not adding up that still need to come into the equation for it to balance out. And the Niger Delta people, I think I don't know what they're asking for is for the NDDC to constitute the board. And the case has been on and going back and forth for a minute now. But they are saying to the end of June, which is what, a couple of days from now. So I'm curious to see how the federal government is going to react. What are they going to tell Akpabio? Because he's the man on fire right now. He's the one that is actually directly taking the hit. But again, for them to beat their chest and say Queen of the Creek should take over as their
who's this Queen of the Creek? Is some armed robber woman.
However you want to call her, but she's a general.
General what? General what you say? She no Rambo. She no Rambo.
No, she don't go war in that region for years.
So she no Rambo. Female she. Come on.
So we'll give it to them. We are progressive. We are very. We are for women. We see. We'll put at the left for us.
We are for women, even if they are armed robbers.
Well, now some people are agitating for their rights. How you go call them armed robber? You call it Igbo armed robber?
No, Igboho. No. Igboho is not that.
What is the difference between Igboho and those people that are also agitating for their own?
Because Igboho is not after dollars. We all know what the Creek boys are like.
Igboho is getting his dollar. Nobody in that front that is not getting paid. You cannot sustain an agitation. My man says if you come up on street, you see woman where they sell akara the first day. You come out again the second day, you see her. You come out the third day, you see her. That means she's making profit. Most officers, how much you get? It's a business, and how much it worth when you're going to sustain that momentum for this long. Money is coming in. We might not know how.
Yeah, it's GoFundMe. Igbo has GoFundMe.
But however you get the money, the Coco say you collect back. But they are receiving for the same right. They feel marginalized.
Okay.
You can testify to that.
I'm not quibbling now. And now get the money now. It not be your yard. The money they come. So you're entitled.
So I know that I see them, all of them as one, and Buhari welcoming a PDP man. That's a normal thing. We will see more as time goes on. I talk about politics. We will go on buying my people with 250,000. I said it too. I said all those fights, go, imagination, blah. At the end of the day, they'll gather them together now. Now voting block with that 50,000 votes. Now you don't get so that's
all right, thank you, VA. So go have a shower, put on your best glad rags, and go. You know we always say save those silky tones till last. The silky tones. No. No, you have to say it properly. You have to say it properly so everybody learn when Sally comes on. It's the silky tones of the elegance that is Sally B. So the silky tones of the
elegance of Sally B. I will see
there you go. We have a lot of politicians on our platform, Sally B, Evolution, etc. So thank you, Ovie. Go have fun. Happy birthday. So that is Ovie, birthday boy. Baba Akure, your words.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to support what Dr. Owos just said before he left. I think Imo people should be very careful because this is the person that even came on national TV, that he was the person who invited military to come and shell people in his own state. However, I think the money that he's giving them right now, because that money came from a federal government, I presume. It is just to buy them so that we pay them for so that we will support him. However, those people, I will still maintain it. Those people that we see on that platform, they are not representing Igbo youth. That is just APC party member. They are just the youth of APC. So we cannot use that to judge the whole state. As I said earlier, as we have some people who can even die for Tinubu right now in Yoruba land, why everybody is agitating for, why most people are agitating for Yoruba nation, we still have some people that never even seen Tinubu before, and they can even die for him. So the same thing with the crowd that we have with Chidinma. So those people are just APC member that just vowed their support to him. So that is for that one. And for the lady that is his boyfriend or man friend, let me just say man friend. Well, if that story is how it goes, I think there's more to it, like Ube said, because in as much that she could take the card, the ATM card of that man and go on shopping spree. So that is going to be a very big case against her in the court of law. That is going to be a very big case against her, because if it happens, if that happened mistakenly, she shouldn't have taken the man's card and start spending money on it. What she should have done is to just go to police station, straight and complain. I think
Baba, I could have understood if they said she panicked and she ran. That is understandable, because I mean, it's a big thing, but then for her to be laughing and joking and going on champagne lifestyle on
Baba, there is something I want you to know here, right? Huh? There are two things involved. I don't know how they're going to look at this. One, what if this girl comes out and said he promised me a small amount of money? You understand?
No, she did. She's already said that. She said he promised to pay her fees and he never did.
Good. Two, what if she said he gave me the card to make use of it?
She said that as well.
So here we go.
You understand? But I believe all what she's saying is just cooked up by his lawyer. It is just lawyer telling her what to say and how to. That is what they're going to use to defend her enemy. So that is for that. And like that of our friend Lawan, it is not new. That is how all of them believe. So they just trying to cash from Nigeria. So they only depends on they only looking at what Nigeria can do for them, not what they can do for Nigeria. But in other part of the world, most politicians, they see what they can do for their citizen and what they can do for their country, not what the country or citizen can do for them. But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. God bless. Always a pleasure. Baba Akure, ladies and gentlemen, you all know and love him. Ajanle Koko, you know as well, and I'm not sure how he's a controversial man, but Baba Ajanle Koko, your words then will make them, they know you, but will your words make them love you? So to your words, Ajanle Koko.
Every day we come on this platform to talk about our nation, Nigeria. It is obvious that everything is falling apart, and we are. It looks like we are running into a state of anarchy. Gradually, we are gradually progressing into a state of anarchy, and that is what that governor of Katsina, from the statement he made, that is what he indicated. We cannot protect you. You are on your own. And that is the way it is all over the Federation. And it's not going to get better. It will continue to get worse. So my own advice to the agitators of their nation is to stand strong, and never give up in their agitation. You know, Yoruba nation, Biafra nation, South nation. If South are serious, if they really love their generation to come and children to come, it's time for them to stand up, because to me, if I really want to accept the most suffering people in Nigeria, they are South people. Because if you look at the resources, they have the resources that the nation is taking from their space compared to where they are as a people in terms of standard of living. I can say they are the most backward people.
But it's mini London, the Creeks is mini London, is it not?
They are the most backward people. They don't have. They cannot go to farm. They cannot.
You mean relative to what they have to offer, because they are not the most backward, but relative to what they have.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, relative to what the nation is taking away from them, to their standard of living and what they are. I mean, where they are. To me, it looks like they are the most, suffering people, particularly the people in the indigenous, in the rural area that, their normal occupation is farming, fishing. They cannot go to farm because there's oil spillage everywhere. And their river is oil spillage. They cannot fish. So it's just, and their politicians are very, very corrupt. They don't really love their people. They don't really love them. So it is better for them, and no celebrities from there. Your people have to stand up. They have to stand up for your nation now, so that you people will have something to give to your children and children to come. So this, I will say, Awolowo, Awolowo made a statement when he was alive. So I want to tell the agitators, or those of us that believe in agitators, that it is not life that matters, but the courage we put into it. So whatever we are going through in this agitation, the challenges we are going through, we are facing, it should not matter to us. We should put in courage and continue the struggle, and definitely by the God's grace, we shall get to the promised land.
Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Excellently said. I can't add or take from what you said. Just perfect words. Come share those words with us again fairly soon, Ajanle Koko. God bless. Engineer, you're up.
Okay. Let me start from where Ajanle Koko said. Whether there's agitation or no agitation, when it comes to 2023 election, there will be no more agitation because the people will be bribed. The problem of South, I will keep saying this, they don't like themselves. Let's be honest. They don't speak in one voice. They don't communicate. They don't interact. They don't lecture each other. NDDC, we have youth of NDDC. They have their own shares, what is coming in. So any agitation, if they double the money for them, they will keep quiet. When you come to Akpabio, the boss man knows how to control the system. He knows how to control that territory. So we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves saying these people, when it comes to agitation, this, that, and that. Today, I will say it again. When it comes to South, if you drop a bucket of dollar and you give them weapon, I believe you can see clearly the money, they will go after the dollar. They will drop the weapon. That's just the truth. There is hunger in the land. There is hunger in the land. And this is why you can see the difference between the Fulanis and our people from the South. Fulanis, they go on one voice, they do their atrocity, and they succeed. How about our people there in the South? They can't come out with one voice. If they come out with one voice, 30% will go behind and betray the rest. That's just the truth. What is happening in South is just a nightmare, and it's something that is not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop till the issue of all this.
You on that, honestly, I will challenge you on that.
Okay, go on, please.
The reason I'll challenge you on that
is not hearing being challenged.
Well,
okay, that's better. Yeah.
That's the youth and the militant, whatever, put us in any class, right? So everybody there is somewhat a fighter. And this is what you should know. We respect our elders a lot, just like the Fulani. We respect the elders. So we get directives. When they tell us that we should calm, and when no decisions have been made, basically we just float around. But when they tell us go ahead, we just go. We just go. You know, but the whole delays and most of the criticisms that we've actually had was the fact that they were joining this Ohanese to go and start begging and begging and begging and begging for restructuring. And that has been irritating everybody, to be quite honest. And good a thing, and the reason why this is very timely is because Buhari has come to say that there's no need for restructuring. Like, he can't even see what restructuring is all about. And even that was actually set by El Rufai to actually look into this case, and everything that's needed to be done, they've done it, and they've sent it to the assembly. They've sent it to the National Assembly, and that has not been honored in any way. In fact, that has been brushed aside that, well, there's no need, that we should individually go to our so-called politicians in the National Assembly to state what our demands are, and then from there they will work from that. That is nonsense, because you know, like I know, that the capacity of the North in terms of representation in the National Assembly is nowhere to compare. Even if you combine the Southeast and the South-South, we are not going to get to nowhere. So I think they've been trying to, you know, put all of these arguments in a perspective through negotiation. And of course, as you can see, the country respects nobody. They respect in fact, the way the
are you putting a position to him, Sally? No. What position are you putting to engineer? Because he is about to round off, and I wanted to take your opinion on a couple of
a bag of dollars, and they put a ammunition.
Is that not true? We've seen it with Tambolo, or what is his name? We've seen it with Asari. Nobody loves $1 more than the Creek people.
Let me say something, right? In the whole of Nigeria, I think that we, the so-called Creek people, we refer to Niger Delta as a name. We, the so-called Creek people, are very reasonable. We can have a discussion. We have elders. We respect our elders and so on. So when you see people like Chief all of us will call him Daddy, Papa. When he says something, it's impossible for us to go against it. But now we've seen that we've given them that chance for them to negotiate this thing. And they've been going back and forth, and they've turned to Bambiala, Amajori. And it's irritating to us. And I think at that point, everybody's like, no, this cannot happen. Since he has now said, Buhari has said there's no need for restructuring, he can see any point. And that we should go to our so-called politicians, I would say, to actually facilitate this. But even if they do, they will have no impact, because you can see a state like Kano having 44 local government, where Lagos, that is the most populated entity in Nigeria, is still struggling with 22 local government, just the same as Rivers State. You know, so at the end of the day, we only act by instruction. When our elders have been working, they're saturated, there's nothing is coming in. So they have been, basically their whole point of argument has been, has been put aside. So it's timely for the Avengers to come in and say, listen, we're not taking any more of this nonsense, and we're going to.
Okay, Sally, let engineer round off, because we were just in the throes of winding up, and then I'll come to you so that you can expand more on that. So, engineer, just round off, and then
I think Sally, she's still saying the same thing I'm saying here. Because when you come to reality, I will still say this bluntly. When it comes to money, now people that will come and agitate, they're just after money. That's the truth. They're not after the future of that Niger Delta. They're after money. That's just the truth.
Yeah,
nothing but the truth.
Survival.
You understand? Now,
survival.
Now I give you example. Wike bought a tier rubber Prado, Jeep, and the rest, and give it to all the top lawyers in River State. Do you know why he did that?
I hope you know that Wike is not a German, and during all those
campaigns, I'm coming. Do you know why he did that? It's just
not part of it. The query did not help in any way.
It's just to cover up his back. You understand? Now, let me come back to Alhaji Madajid. You understand? He has his own share. That's the truth. You get me?
He's not our leader. He's not our leader. Asari is our leader.
Forget about our leaders here. Let's be honest to ourselves. All the leaders, they do communicate with him. You understand?
Of course.
They all have shares. That's the truth. So when people are doing all this agitation, these people are saving that money for the agitation. But when it comes to selling, mark my words from today, right? When it comes to 2023, you will hear no agitation. I'm telling you now, because they will use money to cover up all sins.
No, there are people on the ground, though. Don't say.
I'm telling you, mark my words.
We are working five voices.
When it comes to the reality, I'm telling you, the money these people are siphoning now, they can siphon it and keep it for that during the election time. But when it comes to reality, I'm telling you now, these people will bring that money out and give it to youth. The same youth will vote them in. You understand?
Yes. It's a system that has to change.
It's a system that can never be changed. But they know how to play the mindset of youth.
To put in. Who are you saying? We've never really supported this Buhari's government, and of course that shows.
If nobody supported Buhari government, he was once in Igbo land. He put Igbo dressed. They bow before him. They worship him. He was once in Yoruba land, dressed as a Yoruba man. They bow before him. They worship him. He was once in the north, the same thing. So let's just stop beating around the bush. Let's be honest with ourselves.
I worship him in the south with nobody worshiping. In fact, if at all,
no, but I mean, you understand what he's saying, I'm sure.
I understand, but you can't get everybody like everybody's corrupt. What about me? Do you think that if I wanted to collect money, I would not have collected a long time ago?
Sally, there is hunger in the land. There is hunger in the land. That's something you need to understand. There is hunger in the land. There is hunger in the land. So if they can give somebody $1 and give him weapon, he would rather choose the money. There's hunger in the land. Food, the level of food items now, it has gone double. People struggle to eat 3 times a day. People struggle. Some they manage twice. Some they manage once. So there's hunger in the land. If somebody will come and give you money, come on. You understand? Now, the level of kidnapping in South to the stage, if they will kidnap, listen, there are no more kidnapping shell workers. Now, if they know any of your family member is abroad, or if you're having a business, any of your family member is setting up a business, they will kidnap one from your family. I have a friend in Port Harcourt. You understand? Charles, they kidnapped his elder sister at Woji. I'm telling you, they demanded 20 million naira.
Who kidnapped them? Who kidnapped them? Who kidnapped her?
It's the same people around, because that's why I said to you, there's hunger in the land.
militants, I'm asking you, you have to know specifically.
I'm not sure that it essentially matters who kidnapped the person. What he's saying is that the situation in Nigeria is so dire now that the poverty and hunger is what people are battling.
Yeah,
and all these ideals and rights and whatnot, is secondary to the primary demand now, that is hunger, just to feed and be alive. And this is what he's saying, that they are just people are just savaging each other. Is essentially what he's saying.
That's it.
What we should do now is put mouth for these boys to do that thing they want to do.
Yes.
Who's going to come out?
The Creek boys. But what took them so long to come out is the question.
No, a woman is not in the general. I don't think she's going to accept money. I'm telling you. I know how to behave. When you decide to do a cause, you come basically.
Well, Sally, my question is, what took the Creek so long to come out when they were hearing the Biafran gaining momentum, and they were hearing the Oduduas perfecting their narrative, and they, of course, being the breadbasket of the country that could really effect a change? What took them so long to throw their hat into the ring?
Well, in the Creek, there has been two categories of agitators. Of course, three actually. There have been all the other elites and young people and older people and all, all dissecting issues, talking grammar. So there's also the Pandef, which is more like the older ones, like the Ichifikepa, who have been going to Castle Rock to beg and
to collect dollars.
Appeal. Let's just say appeal. Let me not I'll say appeal for things to be done differently so that everybody will be happy. But none of these voices have been listened to. And of course, you have the Creek voices. The Creek also was calm because the elders told them, mind you, it is different. What's going on with the bandits is quite different from what's happening in the Creek. In the Creek, everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody even knows the militants. They cannot lie that they don't know any militant. There's no person that can say, I don't know at least one militant. We all know it, right? Let's be honest there. So at the end of the day, the reason why the Creek has been silent is because they've been trying to give Pandef the chance to basically get this negotiation through and come to some kind of positive resolution. And that has not happened. And Buhari has actually come to put the pepper on top of the injury by saying that he doesn't see any requirements for restructuring. And
so that's what, because the headline that we're contending with is Niger Delta Avengers return vow to cripple the economy. So that is I'm not sure. Let me just give it to you, Celibi, since you've just joined us. A militant group, Niger Delta Avengers, which wreaked havoc on the Niger Delta during President Muhammadu Buhari's first tenure, has announced its return. Recall that the group relatively crippled Nigeria's economy between 2016 and 2018 by attacking oil facilities in the region, which plunged the nation into recession. In a statement made available to reporters on Saturday, the militant group said it had launched Operation Humble, aiming to cripple the economy as it did previous times. According to the statement, the group also vowed to clamp down on politicians who are working with the federal government to undermine the Niger Delta region. It is disheartening that despite being the economic backbone and having resolved to maintain the peaceful environment for the smooth operations of the oil multinationals whose interest the country cling onto for economic survival, the Niger Delta and the South remain the most underdeveloped, with our needs and interest undermined by the failed Nigerian state. So that is their position. So they've come out, but what took them so long? Let's give our engineer the chance to round off so that you can have a good go at that, and then I'll just finish off. So engineer, just run. Yeah.
Okay. Once upon a time, I think about 2 or 3 months ago, Ijo Youth, the head of Ijo Youth, he came out on national TV. I will find that clip. and send it to you. He came out on the national clip and he said what? He gave federal government 1 month. It's not up to 1 month. They sought him out. Did he come out to speak again? No.
Dollar speaking.
Yes. Now the people on the clip, they can see from the other angle. Oh, if this guy can come out and say and threaten federal government and they sort him out, then it's time for us to come out and say the same thing, which we know they're gonna give them something. Come on, let's stop deceiving ourselves for once, please. Let's be honest to ourselves. You understand? But God will help us. The only thing I keep saying, if the SAD will work as a team, right, and understand themselves, speak in one voice, then some Nigeria will change. But if they can't understand themselves, forget about it. That's the story of the gospel.
All right, engineer, do you want to say a very quick word, because I think you are quite especially taken with that story of the Unilag girl and the billionaire media mogul.
Well, I really feel so sorry for the girl and her family, but the lost the dead man who died before his time. I really feel so sorry for his wife and the kids, because when you have a sincere, God-fearing wife who dedicate herself, who humble herself, who voluntarily given her life to you and trusted in you, but these are the things you end up doing. Tomorrow these children will grow. What would they say? Kill their dad. A
good time girl.
Come on.
It's a tragedy. There are no winners in the story. The girl is a loser. The man definitely is a loser. His wife is a loser, and especially the children, they are victims.
I'm so sorry for the wife. Honestly, she's like a sister to me, because this woman, she's dedicated to her husband. You know the amount of lies he keep lying to that woman. Over 5 months.
But it's not a new space though. This is the Nigerian male story. This is what Nigerian men do.
But it's a lesson for them now to see and learn. That's the truth. It's a lesson. I really feel so sorry for the wife, honestly. And may his soul rest in peace, and may God continue to guide the wife and the children. That's all I can say for now.
All right, thank you, engineer. It's good of you to at least spend time with us. This session would never be complete if people don't hear from engineer. Engineer, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So now to the silky tones of the elegance that is Celibi. Sally, I wanted you to come in even earlier because of this narrative of that commentary that engineer just rounded off with about the, I'm not sure if you have been following it, the Unilag girl, 300 level, 21-year-old, what is her name? Chidinma OJUKWU, her name is. Very pretty girl. And then, of course, she was in a sugar relationship with this 50-year-old billionaire media mogul in the throes of drug-induced excitement of activities via the way of a bedroom. The girl ended up stabbing the guy to death. But there's more to the story. I'm not sure if you've been following that storyline.
I have been. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I have been following the story, and I'm usually disgusted about Nigerian relationships, but what is much worse than what we heard recently in the UK about what they call the health secretary, Matt.
Yeah, he has resigned, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has eventually resigned. I mean, that was couldn't even look at it. The whole thing was so embarrassing. It's terrible video play, CCTV. But anyway, this is the thing, you see all these big people, big enjoyment, big everything.
You're fading away a bit.
Who should be working towards her, undergraduate, making sure that she passes and things like that. And this is all elements.
Where do you weigh the blame in this whole tragedy? Of course, a tragic situation all the way through, but where would you pinpoint the fault or the blame, or
All I would say that it happens, the love and the hate and the stupidness of drugs and the stupidness of perhaps alcohol or whatever, when not Those people just jump into things. In the days when we were growing up, my grandmothers taught us how to do everything perfectly, no matter the situation. But
and to that sugar daddy relationship within the Nigerian space, especially Lagos and the big cities, it's almost a rite of passage for any university student within Nigeria, female, to have. They call them aristos, don't they? To have one or two aristos on her books, one to pay her fees, the other one to pay her rent, and then the one that
that is a life. That is a life.
Is it really?
Nigeria, that's the life in Nigeria. Wherever you have to have a big boy on the side who's basically sponsoring everything. And for how far she went in her young youthful age, thinking that money answers all things, when she has not even gone through the causes to become a proper human being at that age. She has probably not even completed that. Well, at 21, really, she should be a graduate. Going by the sequence of age, she should be by 21.
Well, she's a 300 level, so she's not far away from.
She's still a little bit behind where you be by age, the position of age. By 2021, you should be a graduate in Nigeria. That has not happened. And so many things are going on even on the campus. So they are just avenging their own life.
And she's part-time as well, we have to add,
Exactly. The youngsters in Nigeria are just basically trying to find a way to scavenge their life. They're scavengers.
When the police went, because this girl, her narrative, she lived a double life. In school, they said she was quite retiring. She didn't make friends. She just came for lectures and left. So a quiet, almost SU, we used to call them back in the day, type of person. And this seems to be her home life as well, because when the police went to arrest her at home, the father was so disbelieving of the reasons why the police were there that the father fought the police to the point that the police arrested the father. They held him for a day or two, but they've released him now because he found it unbelievable that his darling daughter was that sort of a person. But then outside of school and outside of home, this is the life that she lived. So this is the double life of this girl. This is her.
Look at how she walk when she walk to me.
So from her outside life, of course, you can see that she's a different element. So it's just sad. And the engineer was speaking to the space that the real victims are the man's wife and children who are just innocent bystanders in all of this, but now consumed by it.
Well, they are obviously the victims, but the thing is that the situation in Nigeria is one that even parents encourage their children to go into all this nonsense. Those who don't, and the others will be saying that, but this one's parents allowed them, so why are you allowing me? Why can't I enjoy like my other friends, be an Instagram babe or whatever? And
peer pressure.
Yeah, the pressure is there, for one to achieve in one way or the other. And this is the thing, when you've not gone through the course of becoming a human being, because of becoming a human being as per what affects you within your social environment, your political environment, your health, and so on and so forth. These are trajectories that people have to learn and go through all of it to be able to survive with a certain age.
This is why people hide their children in churches and places like that. Not necessarily for the religion, but for the discipline, because because I see this a lot. So they're wanting their children to have that routine in church and to have that influence in church under the influence of a church-like environment. Not so much for the religion, but the alternative would be for them to find that influence in the wine bars, and then of course to the wine bars, then you end up like this girl.
My dear, it doesn't make any difference. Like half of the time, you see all these girls who wouldn't talk to their parents, they will sing so melodiously to God and everything. But at the end of the day, in the evening, they're in all the bars and clubs and everything, and they're trying to make this man feel good. And so many of these men are like, when they get to a certain stage, they put their wife, they use their wife aside, and then they want, a really robust.
I can barely hear you, but yeah.
They're her bomb, and showing all our figures and everything. So this is the not only in Nigeria, even in the UK here. I'm telling
No,
you.
it's not even Nigeria. It's a human thing. It's a man thing. What engineer was speaking to, because we were saying that the girl is 21 and the man is 50, and it was particularly just somewhat irritated and alarmed and saddened really by the man is twice the girl's age and with change, because if he's 50 and she's 21. But I was saying necessarily that that sugar relationship, so sugar daddy is really along those lines, a significant age difference. So what do you speak? What do you, so speak to that age difference? She is legal, of course, of legal age, 21, but the chasm in the age, the disparity there in the age.
No, the thing is that you have to look at what is culture. What is culture is that these things are going on. You see all those guys in the assembly. Whenever they have they come to maybe Port Harcourt or they go to Bielsa, Yanagwa, or wherever to have their meetings or one of their engagements or whatever. At the end of the day, they hire somebody, they pay someone. One of them amongst them will pay somebody to go to University of Port Harcourt or University of UST or wherever, and pick up all the young girls and then put them in a bus and bring them there to entertain these guys. So this culture has been going on. In fact, when I went to Nigeria, I was so shocked. There was one time we had this event at the government house in Bielsa, and then there was this party going on afterwards. I had some of my London people from the Ijo group or whatever. We wanted to just go to the after party. I was crying around I couldn't come in. That was so funny to me. I said, but I'm wearing African clothes. They said I can't come in. Because you know why? They see me as a mature woman. And because I'm like in the not even a very simple Akara, they were saying that I can't come in. I can't come in because they don't want me to see what is going on. And who knows, maybe one of my daughter might be there, given age at the time, well in my 40s. They were like, no, I can't come in. We couldn't understand it, but now I understand. Because when you go to a lot of these clubs, where you see big guys I know, by my age, they're bringing girls of 14 years, 13 years from the secondary school. Disgusting.
No,
the girls,
that's just
puberty. In terms of puberty, they have not developed their breasts. They have not even developed their body completely, and you're bringing them there, and you're sitting with them, and they're touching you, and it's so disgusting. And when we go into conversation, they cannot even add up because they don't even know what we are talking about. So they're just sitting down there romancing the guy, and all this is going on, and to them it's nothing. So this has been playing. This is a young woman who should have been doing something else, but because her mindset and everything has been corrupt, by thinking that having millions, having billions is a big deal for her.
Let me bring you two responses. This from Femi Fanikayode, who is in that field, of course, that you've just narrated. These aristos that ferry all these girls are just in numbers. Line them up, take your pick. So this is Femi Fanikayode responding to this situation. Super TV CEO's mother, just because he went to sleep with a 21-year-old woman in a hotel doesn't mean he has to be butchered. So this is Fanikayode, and this is what he tweeted. Mr. USIFO Ataga was butchered just because he went to sleep with a 21-year-old woman in a hotel does not mean he deserves to be butchered. He was slaughtered and gutted like a pig in an abattoir simply because he has a high libido, and some are trying to rationalize it. Shame on you. So he is weighing in the direction of the chap, of course, defending his own space, essentially. So let me bring you this other one, because mixed responses, of course, people are coming in with opinions all over the place. This is Wale Jana. I don't know who he is, but apparently a big shot. So this is what I used for my my headline for the banner for the session. It says, you are close to losing your life anytime you slide into illegal So you are close to losing your life anytime you slide into illegal, and then he uses a P word that they use to describe a particular part of female anatomy. So those are just some of the responses. So this thing is rife within the space, essentially.
Well, this is something that we have to come to bear. It's happening. And right now, today, everybody wants to have a sugar daddy. If you don't have sugar daddy, you're not going nowhere. That's the truth. That is the truth. No, the married women should not come and tell me any nonsense. They should not come and tell me any nonsense. That's what's going on in Nigeria. We know it. You understand? Sometimes even some mothers are arranging their children into that kind of thing. So that's the way it is. I'm not going to blame the guy, because that is what all his other friends are doing. So he's not doing anything new other than having a girlfriend that he so pleases to have, and this has happened to him. I don't really see it as a disgrace, only because it's happened to this man, because there are all others, much more than even 80% of men in position, in government, in all these high places that are doing exactly the same. So who's going to point the finger? It's unfortunate that this guy had to die so brutally. It's really, really. This is something that we probably be addressing today. Because till 21, okay, you can excuse that. You say that, okay, he's got a key to adulthood. But there are so many others who are even 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 that are into all this kind of gamble.
But are they not victims themselves? Because if you're describing somebody of that age, then we cannot really be of the thought that, they should know better, or they're there of free will, but they're there out of the circumstances that they find themselves. Because we don't see this repeating internationally in more civilized climes. So, of course, victims of the situation, and especially the place they find themselves.
Well, women in general in the world are basically trying to find their position, and sometimes, unfortunately, it's that kind of thing has to go on for them to be able to establish themselves. As you can see, even in the West here, you see what this lady who is going with a mat, what she has attained for herself. This is in a position now, and then her brother as well has also got a very big position as a contractor in the NHS. So women have always been in that position.
And they're telling us that we are fantastically corrupt.
Exactly, and sometimes it's easier to climb on when you're younger than later. It's easier for you to climb on when you're fleshy and shiny.
Take it easy, Celebi.
So, I mean, we have to hit the issues the way they really are.
No, we've already entertained ourselves with what the girl looked like. I never missed an opportunity to play a clip of the girl showing off so there she is, the girl in question. So that is what we're talking about.
Well, that's what a man wants to see. If that is what the men. Some men don't even like that, but because I'm one of those actually. I thought that was a bit excessive, but I know that it plays to a particular side. Yeah, you are right. I mean, we can go on and say a woman is about her heart and how much she wants to help the community and so on. Like we hear also about the other contra information about the new general of the Niger Delta militants.
Oh yes, you have to take it back there. Ovie was celebrating that some woman, Shino Rambo, some armed robber woman is robbing the creeks, and you guys are trying to. What are you talking about? Some criminal element?
My dear, to cock a gun, even a child can cock a gun. The way Nigerians are behaving as if what? Women can cock guns. Women can shoot. They can aim. Women are sportswomen. They can do anything that they wish to do, provided they have the backing. If somebody says go, they will go. If you look at the animal kingdom, it's the woman who is the hunter. It's the woman who is the hunter that goes to hunt food and everything, and the man will just sit down there. All his own is to dominate. The man wants to dominate. The woman is a hunter. So it's nothing new to me. The fact that this woman is a general.
What's her name?
Her name is a bit like my name in another translation. Is two Ere. Ere is woman.
Is that her nickname? Is that her code name in the Creeks? Is that her militant name?
They will give you a nickname now. Two Ere. Ere means woman. Ere means woman in your language.
So two woman.
No, two then dash Ere.
Two Ere. Yeah. Okay.
It means I will read more. I read a little bit about it before I jumped. I said, let me see what one man is talking in his show. I read it in one of my groups. So I said, let me see what man is talking. And apparently the story was already on in your show as well, which is good. Because I don't think this one is a joke, a joker. I don't think this is a joker in the park. Because I think, all has been going on. In fact, the judges have taken time not to necessarily join themselves with the Biafra struggle, whereas somebody like Asari has been part of it. At one time he was pally with Nnamdi Kanu, then later they fell apart. Obviously Asari is just a big mouth. He likes to talk. Some of his talk is very good. It's very, I would say, it's very intelligent. He gives us good history and everything.
It's from a middle class background, is it not?
Asari's father was a judge in Port Harcourt. Nothing. That's not a small position now. That was a judge. So at the end of the day, the part that he told, in fact, the British wrote so well about him. Now the British will shake because all their interest is in the Niger Delta. They use the Niger Delta to buy the north, to make Nigeria. So now, anytime when the Niger Delta is shaking, all that time they didn't answer is because it's just the southeast and it's looking as if it's just the Igbo community. But now that the militants of the Niger Delta, and they know these people, they are not jokers. The Avengers are not jokers. They are even worse than men. They are worse than men. So now, because when they say they want to,
is this a new group? Because the name seems to echo somewhat. They've been around for a while, haven't they?
2016. Before then, it was men. Men now, their main leader is this guy Oka. Oka is now in prison in South Africa.
What about that Tambolo or something? Whatever.
Tambolo was also a general in the Creeks, but mostly in the Midwest side, in the Southern Niger side. The Western Niger side.
With so many groups, would there not be some sort of like infighting, and then you people, those people will end up turning against
Igbo in there too. They have Igbo amongst the Avengers. So that is a very little force, a very little force, even worse than men.
All right. Thank you, Sally. This is why I always say you have to come. And you see, anytime I talk to you, I don't want to stop, but then you come just when I'm completely beaten up by, so come earlier and spend more time, Sally B. So thank you, Sally.
I will. Now things happening. I'll definitely give you a lowdown what I got from my own source as well.
All right, thank you. So the silky tones of the elegance that is Sally B. So Sally rounds it up for us, but there's still 54 of us gathered. Thank you. If any person of the 54 people on this session are not subscribed, so by way of closing off this session, before you go into the comment section to share opinions, click on that red subscribe button, because I want to hit some targets before this month even runs out, and we've only got 3 more days. So just hit that subscribe button to propel us in the direction that we're intending to head. So having done that, come join me in the comment section to progress this conversation. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.